Good morning, everyone. We're just waiting a couple more minutes to get started with the meeting, hoping that more. Yeah, we're just waiting for some more participants to show, and then we'll get started. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. It's 9 a.m. We're going to give a couple more minutes for folks to show up. It looks like everybody's logging on right now. Thank you so much. Good morning, CALGreen Workshop participants. For the record, my name is Enrique M. Rodriguez, Associate Construction Analyst for the California Building Standards Commission. For the record, today is August 18th, 2022, and today's meeting is scheduled from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Welcome to the third CALGreen EV Workshop CEVW meeting hosted by the California Building Standards Commission, the Division of the State Architect, and the Department of Housing and Community Development. Before we get started, I would like to go through some housekeeping items and a high-level overview of the notice agenda. So today's meeting is scheduled for 5 hours with a 10-minute break around 10:30, and then a half-hour lunch break around noon. On the agenda, hopefully everybody has this agenda. Agenda items, we're going to do some introductions, discuss updates to the charter. Then we'll also, I'll do a brief overview of the June 16, 2022 meeting recap. Then we'll have DSA do an update on the DSA box. And then we'll be getting into item 5, which is going to be the proposals that we have today, and like to share those with you. Then we'll do related items on the agenda, action items, and adjourn. Notice is hereby given that the California Building Standards Commission, the Division of the State Architect, and the Department of Housing and Community Development and staff have convened a CALGreen electric vehicle work group meeting comprised of interested parties and state agencies to provide input and feedback to future EV regulations in CALGreen. The proposed regulatory updates may be considered for inclusion in the 2022 California Green Building Standards Code, Part 11, during the 2022 intervening code cycle. The public is invited to participate and provide input and comments. Today's meeting is available via Zoom and teleconference as noted in the workshop notice and agenda. This meeting will also be live streamed on the CBSC YouTube channel. Please be aware the live stream has an approximate 45-second delay, and there is no method for offering verbal or written public comment. Closed captioning is available via Zoom's automated live transcriptions. To view closed caption in Zoom, click on the CC Live Transcript button. Closed captioning will automatically appear if you are watching via YouTube. The meeting materials may be viewed on CBSC's website as listed in the agenda notice. Now I would like to pass it over to Ms. Laura Mills, who will read the Zoom and telephone instructions.
Good morning, everyone. To avoid feedback or other technical issues, please join the meeting through one device only and keep yourself muted. For phone-only attendees, it is important to mute and unmute yourself, because if I mute you, you will not be able to unmute it. Comments will first be taken from the public in Zoom with their hands raised, then from the public on the Zoom phone line. If you wish to make a comment on a specific agenda item, please listen for CBSC staff to ask for any comments from the public. At this time, please virtually raise your hand using the raise hand icon in Zoom. You will be recognized by the meeting's facilitator in the order your hand was raised. At this time, please unmute yourself. When you are done speaking, please lower your hand and remute yourself. Please ensure that you have a working microphone on or attached to your device prior to raising your hand to make a comment. Enrique will continue through the queue until there are no raised hands remaining. Then we'll take comments from the public on the Zoom phone line. At this time, please unmute yourself and wait for your name or phone number to be called. When you are done speaking, please mute yourself again. When phone comments are complete, CBSC staff will then proceed to the next agenda item. Please be sure to speak slowly and clearly so your comments can be transcribed. If you're having technical difficulties, please call our office at 916-263-0916.
Thank you, Ms. Laura. Appreciate that. Before we proceed, does anyone have any questions regarding the Zoom or telephone instructions?
No hands raised.
Okay. At this time, I would like to proceed to the agenda items. But before we move on to the agenda items, I'd like to advise the group that the chat feature in Zoom has been disabled for this meeting. Moving on to agenda items. Agenda item number 1. The goal of this CEVW workshop is to garner participation from all interested parties and affected stakeholders and the public, and to provide informed, balanced input on CALGreen proposals. This CALGreen Electric Vehicle Workshop Charter provides information on the objectives and expectations of the work group participants and the development of electric vehicle proposals for the 2022 intervening code adoption cycle. At this time, I'd like to give an introduction of the state agency representatives that are here today and are going to be part of this meeting. I'll start off, as mentioned previously, I am Enrique Rodriguez with the Building Standards Commission. And with me today, I have Mia Marvelli, Executive Director, and other BSC staff. From DSA, we have Ida Claire, State Architect, and other DSA staff. From HCD, we have Kyle Kraus, Deputy Director of Codes and Standards, and other HCD staff. Additionally, we have representatives from the California Air Resources Board, Joshua Cunningham, Bruce Tedder, and other CARB staff. In the interest of time, we ask that if you have a comment during the meeting, introduce yourself, and at that time, tell us who you represent. Does anybody have any questions at this time? No, none? Okay. Hearing none, I'm going to proceed to agenda item 2, which we'll be discussing the charter and the updates that we've done so far. Okay. Can everyone see that? Or is that 2? Is that good? Okay. So basically, the updates from the June 16th work group were basically, we did track changes. We put this out in Word on the website so everybody could see the changes. But basically, the only changes that we did was to, let's see here, we can get there. We added additional folks to this charter, and I'm assuming that this will continue to grow as more interested parties and stakeholders get involved in our workshops. So these are the changes that were done, and if there's any folks on this meeting that would like to be added, just let us know and we'll include you in this growing list. Additionally, the only changes to that was today's a 3rd workshop, so this has been crossed off, and that's basically it. So does anybody have any questions pertaining to this updated charter?
No hands raised.
No hands raised? Okay, great. So going back to the agenda. And let me see if I can zoom in a little bit. Yeah.
Over in the corner,
Uh-huh.
in the other side, there's a little up arrow above the scroll bar, not that one, other side.
Okay, sorry.
Other side, all the way. And you can make this ribbon go, keep going. Keep going.
Hold on, folks. We're trying to get rid of that ribbon right here.
Yeah, that one.
Okay, much better. Thank you, Ms. Laura. Appreciate that. So I'm moving on to agenda item 3, which is our last meeting recap. And so during our last meeting, I'm going to recap briefly the topics that we discussed, and then our goal is today is to recap the highlights from the last meeting, but then as we go into agenda item 5, we hope that we have answered the questions and provided additional information to the topics that we discussed on the June 16th meeting. One of the topics and suggestion was to develop the appropriate determination for power levels based on actual daily charging need on a daily basis, done scientifically and with metrics. We'll be discussing this and we'll show how we address that. Another topic was that EV charging for employees based on dwell times. Another one was to include EV ready space and low power level 2 EV charging receptacles for non-residential buildings. Another discussion topic was signage and identification for EV ready spaces. Another one was to align the convenience cord set. This is regarding the 5 kW requirement that CARB was going to require in 2026, and our current code that only requires the 3.3 kW. So this has been resolved, and that's Josh Cunningham described that last meeting. Another topic was additions and alterations for existing non-residential sites. Also, another topic was residential EV charging requirements. Another one was to identify the appropriate reference standards for automatic load management systems. And then EV infrastructure for medium duty and heavy duty vehicles. So as I mentioned before, as we get onto the agenda items in 5, that's where we've addressed some of the topics that I've just described. There was one more, and that was the applicability of direct current fast chargers in the code. And once again, we'll definitely be discussing that in our proposals. At this time, I'd like to bring Eric Drever from DSA to give us a brief update on our DSA box. Eric, if you're there, please join the call.
Good morning, Enrique.
Good morning.
Thank you for hosting the meeting. It's been invaluable to us. With respect to the box, we currently have 54 respondents that should have, well, probably 52 respondents that should have received invites to box. I believe we have 2 this month on 8/9 and 8/11 that may not have had responses yet from box, but we'll get those out and they can set up their box. So currently we have 54 folks who should have received invites or will receive invites shortly.
Eric, I do have a question for you. So I know that this DSA box has been very successful for the building decarbonization group, but I'm just wondering, we really haven't had a lot of, how can I say, data shared.
Correct.
From what I can see in this DSA box for this EV group. And I'm wondering, it's something that we definitely want to keep and want to encourage folks to join. And then I guess we can just see what kind of interest we get. But right now, I haven't really seen a lot of interest, but I can see moving forward into other code cycles where this could be a very valuable tool for us to gather information and reports and be able to share. So definitely want to encourage folks to join. And then I guess we'll just see how it goes moving forward. We provided a link, and it's an active link to the DSA access form that you can click and then provide your information, and then we'll get you into the system.
Yeah, just so that everybody understands, the reason we have the MS form is because Zoom does not automatically provide email addresses associated. And in order for you to receive permissions into the folder system on Box, you've got to provide an email. So we developed the form to gather that data from interested parties.
Great. Does anybody have any questions regarding agenda item 4? Do we have any questions? No? None?
No hands raised.
No hands raised? Okay, great.
Oh, wait. No, somebody unmuted, but.
Okay, so no questions. So we'll move on to agenda item 5, which is going to be discussing the code change suggestions, proposals that we have. And I'm going to tee up under agenda item 5A, residential advancing EV chargers, receptacles, eliminating EV capable, and project thresholds, and introduce I don't know if Kyle Cross is on the call or Mitchell Baker. Somebody from HCD can give us an update on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Enrique. Good morning, everyone. And I wanted to start off with saying thanks to BSC for coordinating the CVW. This is a great meeting. And also want to thank the stakeholders for engaging in the discussion. So I'll jump right in and then turn it over to Emily Withers, who's also on the line, if she has anything further to add. So HCD is in the process of reviewing proposals to advance access to EV chargers and receptacles, or EV ready requirements, for newly constructed multifamily buildings, hotels, and motels during this cycle. We agree that the code needs to advance in a responsible and practical way to meet the state's climate goals and to prepare for the prohibition on internal combustion engine sales in 2035. So the current construct of CALGreen, and I want to step back a minute to talk about that, as it applies to residential EV requirements, specifies parking spaces, and that's a key term to HCD. And the code that is effective on January 1st, 2023, will mandate that a total of 30% of parking spaces have access to EV ready for a specific project size. And there's a distribution of 25% and 5%. How that may pan out in reality, I'd like to illuminate by providing an example. And I do understand that there are various nuances that apply to different projects throughout the state, but this is just an example. So if you have an apartment building with 100 units providing 200 parking spaces, which may include overflow, assigned, unassigned, guest, or other parking, the code may mandate in that scenario that 60 of the 200 parking spaces be provided with EV ready come January 1st, 2023. So in this intervening code adoption cycle, if HCD advances to, let's say, 50% of the parking spaces to have EV ready, in residential, of course, then in that scenario, 100 of the 200 parking spaces may be required to have EV ready. Now, this is a far leap from the existing EV infrastructure and EV capable requirements that apply to single family dwellings, which are only required to be provided with a raceway and electrical panel capacity to serve future EV chargers and receptacles. It does not, in those cases, include conductors, receptacles, chargers for single family. HCD also plans to address the existing EV capable requirements for multifamily buildings, hotels, and motels in this cycle. But unless additional feedback is provided, we do not plan to address EV capable requirements that currently apply to alterations or expansions of parking facilities. I think we can all come to an agreement that EV capable is kind of a starting point for multifamily hotels and motels, which we have exceeded by providing actual charger requirements in the code. So we plan to fold in the 10% existing EV capable requirements into EV ready. But of course, we will seek more feedback during HCD's focus group meeting coming up on the 22nd. There are also two other areas HCD will be seeking feedback on, or during this meeting or the EV focus group meeting on the 22nd, which are related to the existing thresholds that exist, 20 or more units that apply triggers to full level level 2 EV ready requirements, and possibly eliminating those thresholds. Also, we'd like to discuss standardizing the receptacles within the code to ensure that standard cord sets, possibly proposed by CARB, can be used with the receptacles installed throughout the state. So with that, I'll turn it over to Emily Withers if you have any other feedback. Otherwise, we could open it for comment.
This is Emily Withers. I guess while we're waiting for any comments to come in, I needed to make sure that everybody knows that the agenda for the meeting that Mitch referenced is actually on our website. It's on hcd.ca.gov, and it's under the section called Building Standards, Building Code Development and Adoptions, Title 24, and then under the 2022 Intervening Code Adoption Cycle, and then under Part 11, CALGreen Second Focus Group Meeting. Another way to quickly get to that site is you can search our website for the terms CALGreen Focus Group, and then you should see an item pop up and you should be able to get into the agenda. So another issue that's related to our website is that we did have our website migrated to the Azure cloud. So if you can't get into that, make sure you contact us at the Title 24 at hcd.ca.gov, and we should be able to give you some solutions for that.
Thank you, Emily, for that. Appreciate it. Ms. Laura, do we have any comments regarding agenda item 5A for HCD?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, I guess we'll.
Oh, wait, there's a, oh,
Okay.
there goes the hand. All right.
Good morning, Sven.
Linda Hutchins.
Okay, got Linda first. Got it. Okay. Good morning, Linda.
Hi, good morning. Yes, I have to hop to their meeting, so I wanted just to make a quick comment now, and then I'll drop back in again later. But I just did want to say, I hope we could have a robust discussion about the value of changing the percentage from parking spaces to parking units. So Enrique, the scenario described sounds good in theory that, 60 out of 200 spots have EV charging access, but it'll be complicated to decide who gets that access. Is it the penthouse suites or the basement apartments? Are they wired directly to the unit's meter so that the residents can get the time of use rates of the utility? There's so many reasons why electrifying focusing on the units, making sure every household with parking has the access makes much more sense for equity and for the practicality of the users than it does to focus on electrifying parking spaces. And so we in the coalition have made this point, for almost 2 years, and hoping there's space today to actually have a discussion back and forth about that. And we hope you'll be open-minded to consider this shift. We know it's not how it's been done, but we think it'll actually save the builders money as the percentage goes up over time, because we focus on just each household getting parking. So that's one comment. And then one more pin I wanted to put in is, as you said, the difference, single family homes have only been required to be EV capable, and now 30% of multifamily are EV ready. I think you all know this, but I just want to put on record that it's a much bigger hurdle for those in multifamily housing to take it from EV capable to EV ready. It's a much easier hurdle for a single family resident to do that. They have the authority to do it. All they have to do is just get the electrician probably and make that happen. But in a multifamily home, you have to get permission to the department manager or the HOA, get a permit, hire an electrician, do the wiring. It's just such a hurdle. We don't know of any people who have converted from EV capable to EV ready. So with those 2 points, I guess I'll make one more process point, just to say it's been really confusing finding things on the websites, because it seems like the different agencies have different websites. So some of these meetings are posted on one, but not the other, and vice versa. So it's been a challenge for us to keep on top of where all the meetings are happening. And if you could consider a centralized place where everything related to CALGreen code is, it would make it easier for people to participate in all the meetings. So thank you. I appreciate fitting in those 3 comments before I have to hop.
Yeah, Linda, thank you for your input. I just want to make a couple clarifications. One is I encourage you to join the HCD focus group, which is August 22nd. And that they're hosting that on their own. It's not a co-agency workshop, so you'd have to go to their website specifically. But if you signed up to their listserv, you'll get notifications. Now, this CALGreen workshop has been a co-agency workshop. So through the Building Standards Commission's website, you would have had access to the meetings that we've had thus far, which is 3. And of course, like I said, HCD is going to have a focus group, which is not a work group, large work group like this one. But definitely, I would encourage you to attend that one. And then I know DSA is having a focus group specific to public schools, community colleges. So yeah, anyway, thank you for your comments.
Could I just respond to that real quick?
Sure.
Yeah, so yes, I've been getting the notifications, so I've been staying on top of it, but when we're trying to send our supporters information, it's like we have to copy from this website, this link, and this one, that link, and it's really difficult to keep everybody informed. And since they're all about the same code, it seems like if there could be one website that has everything, it would make it a lot easier. I can send you screenshots where you think you're looking at all the meetings and then this meeting's not listed on that website, the other web page. So maybe your technical team could think about that.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. And could you one more time, I know you explained this at the last meeting, but I'm sorry, I'm still confused. The
Okay.
difference between a work group and a focus group. I don't quite get the difference.
Maybe Mitchell can describe that. From what I think of a focus group is going and zeroing in a specific occupancy, in this case HCD, so that the work group that we have today is a broader participants from, and anybody attending a specific focus group is really going to be folks that are really interested in residential occupancies. So it might be a different group, a smaller group, but more focused. But Mitchell, if you want to add to that, definitely go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it. First, just want to thank Linda for your comments. I don't disagree with anything. I think you have valid points. I did want to mention that there will be a direct opportunity to talk about parking spaces versus unit spaces in that focus group meeting. So please participate in that. Yeah, focus group versus work group, it's really just to focus in on specific sections of the code, and it's typically a more intimate group. So yeah, you said it well, Enrique. And yeah, again, I wanted to encourage everyone to participate in that 22nd meeting, and we'll do what we can to coordinate on CALGreen related notices in a way that works for everyone. Thanks.
The next person with their hand raised is Sven.
Go ahead, Sven.
Sorry about that.
That's
Good
okay.
morning. This is
morning.
Sven Peterson with the EV Charging for All Coalition. We were formed in early 2000. We've worked with 2020, excuse me. We've worked with a whole number of experts and stakeholders to develop model code to address this multifamily housing issue. We have two primary goals. And the first one is the critical one, because that's why we're here, is to provide access to the residents of multifamily housing for EV charging, and not just EV capable like Linda spoke. I would ask that the agency interview a number of my colleagues and friends who have tried to put EV charging into the apartments and condos, and they have been forced to give up their electric vehicle because of the cost and the hassle factor, versus those who live in single family homes and are essentially kings and queens of our own castles. And it is trivial to call an electrician and have them come and install EV charging. And it's even more trivial when you go from EV capable to an actual EVSE or a receptacle. So the first one, our goal is to maximize EV charging for those that live in multifamily residents. The second, and the reason why, and this is critical to understand, when you charge at a DC fast charging, right now, 25% of them outside of the Tesla network are non-functional. Second of all, they're extremely expensive when you compare that to time of use rates provided by utilities. Is anyone here from the agency that can actually speak to those numbers? Because earlier we spoke about metrics and the need for science and engineering and real numbers. So I'll tell you, the minimum cost at an EV Go station is 25 cents per kilowatt hour. And that's the minimum cost. And that's like at midnight or 6 o'clock in the morning. Who wants to go to a fast charger at 6 o'clock in the morning or midnight to get that rate? Versus SoCal Edison's rate of about 20 cents 15 cents per kilowatt hour off peak. When you're at your house and you have access to it because you came home from work, plugged in, you've set your timer in your car to access that rate. Without home charging, you can't access that rate. So we're here to, one, maximize access at home because that's where the cheap juice is in the vernacular. Second of all, simultaneously to this, we recognize that the cost of building housing in California is expensive. So we want to minimize that cost. Simultaneously, there is a cost of ongoing management of chargers and electric rates and all of that. And we want to minimize that complexity for the residents, the builders, that's who have to access the first cost, and the actual people at the condos and apartment complexes that have to manage it. So we have 4 points. The first one, just like Linda said, and this is where, again, we're addressing that cost issue, is that every new housing unit that has access to a parking space, because we know housing construction, multifamily housing, is not always being built with 1 or more parking spaces per unit, but at least every unit that has access to a parking space has access to 1 EV-ready parking space. And this saves a huge amount of money because you're allocating charging per unit so that each unit has access. This is called equity. Second of all, the charging, again, we recognize, because we're all EV drivers, this coalition has over 5,000 years of EV driving experience. We have taken multi-country trips in EVs and charged at all sorts of places. And we know from this experience, this earned experience, that you only need around 30 to 40 miles for your daily commute. And this can be achieved through low power level 2. And what that means is 240 volts and a 20 amp circuit. And this can be done through load management, the point being that you need an average 24/7 of 20 amps, 240. And this simultaneously doesn't impact the electrical grid significantly. And it keeps the cost down for the actual builders. If you require a 40 amp circuit everywhere, that means the transformer for the building has to serve that 40 amp circuit every circuit. And that means the wires to that transformer from the utility have to address that transformer, which means we have to build power plants to address those 40 amps. Keeping it low minimizes the cost for all of us. So this is critical. It's not critical, it's all critical, it's all fair. 3, there must be highly visible EV-ready signage at each EV-ready parking space. And we're saying this EV-ready parking space terminates with either a receptacle or an actual charger EVSE/EVSE. And again, by just providing the receptacle, it keeps that cost down for the builders, and the actual unit owner or renter provides that EVSE. But what the signage does, it does 3 things. If you already have an EV, it's like, oh, great, I could charge there. 2, suddenly, because you have charging at home, dedicated, safe, convenient, reasonably priced charging, you think, hey, I could get an EV. That's wonderful. 3rd, most people who are not EV drivers perceive that you have to charge under the gasoline model, which means once a week, once every 3 days, you go to a DC fast charging and charge there. And they don't realize that you charge from home. I would ask everybody who has an EV, would they please raise their hand right now? We're doing a science poll. Okay, if you got an EV, raise your hand. And would someone from BSC count the number of raised hands? Now, the next step, once we've determined how many EV drivers, would those who charge at home primarily keep your hands up and everybody else drop your hand? Can we do this? Let's do some, this is science. This documents our position by showing what the great percentage of people charge at home, and that most, again, non-EV drivers don't realize that's where you charge. Maybe we'll do that after I've finished speaking. I've only got one more point.
Yes, Ben, I'm wondering if you could say these are fantastic comments, and I'm wondering if you could maybe reiterate these at the HCD workshop, August 22nd.
I'm going to, but I've got one more point because we are on multifamily housing. And the last one is, like I talked about electric rates, we want to figure out a way that we can wire from the EV charger or the receptacle to the unit's meter, which is being done right now in condos when you retrofit. And that way the unit has access to the lowest possible electricity, just like the people who live in single family homes, we have access to this very cheap electricity. So these are the 4 points. And why is this so critical? Because it's driving all of us here are taxpayers. All of us here, I'm pretty sure, live in California. So it means we pay to the electric utilities. What's the cost to build a multifamily unit with EV charging, EV ready? It's about $1,400 per unit. The cost to retrofit is over $15,000 per unit. So we are buying into a system that is costing all of us 10x the cost to retrofit. And that is just inane. That's coming out of both wealthy people and poor people. And it's not fair or sensible as a policy. It only makes sense to provide every unit, not every parking space, every unit, low power level 2, with a sign, wiring it to the unit's meter so they can have access to the lowest possible electricity cost. I really want this focused on science and engineering. As an engineer myself, as a business owner, as a taxpayer, we want to see dollars and we want to see tons reduced, and the cost of those dollars, of those tons reduced per ton. Because when you do it from a retrofit perspective, it's a ridiculous number. When you do it at the time of construction, it's incredibly inexpensive. And we're just talking dollars here. We're not talking the health impacts of that or the equity that I, as an EV driver, we as EV drivers, we have, because the EVs are more reliable than a gasoline car, particularly an old gasoline car. And what that does is we have more free time. We don't have to mess around with repairs or smog checks or oil changes or anything like that. So that makes it possible for us as consultants, I'm a consultant, to actually make more money. So those that have EVs and can charge at home are actually at an economic advantage to those that can't. And by not providing access to charging, you are damning you, not your agency. You are all good people, but the agency is damning them and us, because we are all in this climate together, to not the future that we want. Thank you for that long pontification. But this is serious stuff. There are 50,000 units being built every year. The retrofit cost to retrofit those is $375 million. That's about $10 per California resident every year. We don't need to do that. We have much better places to spend that money. Thank you. And I would like to take questions. Challenge me on the numbers.
Laura, who's our next commenter?
I think Bob had his hand up next. I was watching.
Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
Thank you. Bob Raymer with the California Building Industry Association, also representing BOMA, CBPA, and the Apartment Association. A couple of points to those that have been raised, and I'll make this incredibly brief. Industry is also interested in sort of investigating whether or not percentages should be based on units versus spaces. This is a direction that it appears ICC is heading with the update of the International Energy Conservation Code. That'll play itself out over the next couple of months, but I think that is ultimately a direction that they're heading. And that might especially be useful if HCD wants to get rid of that threshold, the 20 units or less, et cetera. I think all of this could actually work in the favor of consistency and a better way to understand how to apply the regs. Regarding a comment that Linda had made, it concerns me that there are building managers or owners out there that you have to convince to do EV charging. Assembly Bill 2126 by Marisucci, I believe it was from 6 to 7 years ago, basically says if a tenant wants it, a tenant can get it. The huge downside, of course, is the tenant also has to pay for it and do all of the administrative things, permits, etc. And yes, as Sven says, it can be very expensive to retrofit, but they have to do it. It's the law. Last but not least, on the Public Utilities Commission, Sven, I agree with you that there should be some healthy rate restructuring. ARB is suggesting that happen in their scoping plan, but that is an issue that is entirely in the purview of the California Public Utilities Commission for the IOUs, PG&E, Edison, San Diego Gas and Electric. HCD has no authority whatsoever to do that. Now, they certainly could basically tell the director could tell the cabinet or the agency secretary could tell the cabinet secretary could tell the governor, which I believe the governor is already aware of, but it's the PUC, an incredibly bureaucratic agency, in my opinion, is the one where this is going to have to happen. And ultimately, if you want the munis, you're probably going to need statute as well. And so this is not something that HCD can simply do via the building code or the electrical code. They can encourage other agencies to take a look at this and get it done, but it's just completely outside their purview. Thank you.
The next person with their hand raised is Eric from DSA.
Good morning. Yeah, really great discussions on housing, and I'll be interested to witness how HCD handles that. I will say that, as Enrique mentioned, DSA is also hosting our own workshop for our schools stakeholders, and that is occurring on the 24th. We are in active planning for that. An agenda has been posted and notification posted on our webpage. And we are really looking forward to determining what the final code proposals will be for EV charging as it relates to schools. When we started this journey, we had envisioned co-adoption and certainly are still considering co-adoption of non-residential standards, but have grown into the idea that perhaps separate sections related specifically to schools might also be an alternate way to code compliance or provide charging for schools. That, as we have discovered, the issues surrounding schools are somewhat unique to schools. And so we look forward to discussing that in our workshop on the 24th, and would invite any of the attendees that are part of that stakeholder group to join us. Certainly it's an open public meeting. And so if you have interest in what EV charging will be at schools, I would also invite you to attend that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
The next hand raised is Brigitte.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, you
ma'am.
can.
Okay, hi. So my name is Brigitte Racine. I'm a EV driver, owner. I drive a Tesla, and I'm also working with the EV Charging for All Coalition, and I want to offer my personal experience as a resident of a multifamily housing unit, because we recently moved here. I'm in Sunnyvale, and we previously lived in a townhouse. So I went from a situation where, we were basically in a single family house, more or less. We had a 2-car garage. I can charge my car directly in there. I didn't even need any sort of high level charging. I just did it right off the level 1, which was very convenient. So I have that experience under my belt, and now I have the experience of living in multifamily housing. I can tell you, it is just night and day. And one way that I've come to think about it is, if you look at this, everybody recognizes this, right? It's a smartphone. This is a device. The way that I update this is over the air, just like the car. The car is basically a device that drives us around. I cannot use this without this, without the charging cable. So everybody who lives in any sort of dwelling has electrical outlets to charge their smartphones and their devices. Unfortunately, we don't have the same thing for electric cars. And I recognize that we're still kind of in, that early adopter phase in our society. And we have to wrap our brains around of, how do we use our cars? Electric cars need to be charged. So if you're going to have an electric car, you absolutely need a way to charge it. So I'm not going to take my smartphone and go to Whole Foods to charge it. I'm going to plug it into my wall right here. And so I'm starting to think of it that way. And for me to have to go outside and search literally for, let's see, there are only three places in this entire multifamily housing residence community where I can charge my car. Interesting twist on this is that we have assigned, as part of our rental agreement, a 1-car detached garage. For safety, that's great. For storage, it's great. There is an outlet in there. Guess where it's located? In the ceiling. So I would have to become like a Cirque du Soleil performer to be able to get up there and plug something in. I asked, why is it not possible for me to charge my car in that garage, which would be kind of I don't know, for me, it's a no-brainer. It's not, no leap of the imagination is required to think, well, gee, I should be able to, if I have a 1-car garage detached, I should be able to charge my car there. I received no response from the building, from the owners, from the management company. The other problem with that is I then have to leave that parking space, go take up another parking space that has the charge point station in it. And I effectively take away a parking space for the ICE cars that are here, because it's a mix, right? Some of us have EVs, some of us have ICE cars, and there's a limited number of parking spaces. So that's another reason why it doesn't make sense. Secondly, and this is my final point, I could very easily do what Sven was talking about, is use the gas station mental concept and go to a Tesla supercharger. I can do that. But the problem is, and this I have from a friend of mine who's a Tesla engineer, he worked on the batteries, the actual batteries that are in the EVs. He said it's not a great idea to do the high-speed DC charging all the time, because it's basically, if you want your battery to stay healthy, you want to slow charge it, you want to trickle charge it. And that's why you should do it at home. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Brigitte.
The next person with their hand raised is Michelle Pierce.
Hi, I'm Michelle Pierce, and I'm also with the Access for All Coalition. And I want to comment on what Bob Raymer said, that it's the law that apartment owners have to provide you access. I live in an apartment complex. I moved here from a house, really echoing the experience of Brigitte. I moved here, and one of the reasons I picked this place is because they have level 2 charger. And since I've moved in, it has never worked reliably. I complain, I've been complaining for 3 years, and it all falls on deaf ears. Just like Brigitte's experience, every time I make a request, it's ignored. At this particular complex, they probably don't have the infrastructure to let me park at the parking space that I pay for. So the level 2 is shared by 2,000 people and it doesn't work. So the law is not working. For the individual renter, it doesn't work. You need to make it built in to make it work. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
I see Eric's hand is up. I don't know if it's still up or if Eric has a comment right now. There it goes. Next commenter is Guy Hall.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. It's really very, very important, the meeting. Guy Hall with the National Electric Vehicle Association. Excuse me. And keeping, as we have a national view on the EV related activities, I want to remind everybody that with the recent IRA bill, which has with respect to EVs, has two primary goals, I guess. One is to move supply chains and manufacturing toward the North American US. But the second one, which really pertains to us, is to go ahead and shift EV or increase EV adoption with lower income families. So the incentives which are significant, are only for those vehicles that are the lower price range. It provides the ability to get incentives on used EVs, and this has income cap qualifiers. So again, the overall push is to increase adoption on lower income families and communities. So with that pressure coming on, I think that we need to keep that in mind as we recognize the importance of EV charging access for all in multifamily units. And again, thank you for the opportunity, and this is a very important meeting. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Guy.
Next person is Dwight.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for having this hearing and welcoming input. I would like to make mostly a singular point about the gas station concept at home versus individual circuits to apartments. Up until now, the concept of providing EV charging for spaces, basically, and where the percentages are low so that it becomes shared charging, basically is relying on the concept of gas stations at home. And I believe there's a fundamental flaw in this concept if the goal is to encourage EV adoption in California. The gas station concept at home basically means that when a person comes home from their long day at work or their long shift at night or whenever, that they have to get in a queue for shared charging. But this is a problem. Nobody, after a long day anywhere, wants to come home and have to deal with a queue to get their charging. The only way, if you're going to have it based on spaces, is to have more charging units or more EV ready units than the number of people that live in that particular apartment or condo complex. And that is extremely expensive. And I doubt if the building industry or anybody else would believe that that is a good concept to go with. So the gas station concept at home is fundamentally flawed. there needs to be a different view of how to provide charging for multifamily housing. The way to do that, of course, is to provide at least one 20 amp branch circuit or more or greater to every apartment dwelling in that complex that has access to parking, so that it becomes as convenient and as reliable as those of us who live in single family dwellings have access to. And that's the key part. That's the equity part. It's not fair to force residents of multifamily housing to share or get in a queue for gas station charging at home. Fundamentally unfair. It needs to be the same convenience and reliability as those of us who live in single family housing have access to when we put in our own charging circuit at home. I think that the other key that Bob spoke to, Bob, I appreciate your comments about the rate structure being taken up by the CPUC. That is precisely the reason why the circuit should be run through the meter of the multifamily housing unit, because by running it through the meter or the panel for that unit, you entirely avoid the whole complex issue of rates, because whatever rate applies to that unit is going to apply for EV charging. We have that in single family homes. We should have that in multifamily homes. There should be equal equitable opportunity there. There should not be any, the view for rates for multifamily housing should be the same as the view for rates for single family housing. That's critical. Otherwise, it's fundamentally inequitable. Retrofit, totally different complex can of worms, right? Big problem, big issue. But for new construction, it's got to be the same. The view for how you provide charging at multifamily and new construction should be the same, at least the same, and at least more convenient, at least as convenient and as reliable as it is for those who live in single family homes. Thank you very much. I appreciate your giving us this opportunity to talk.
Thank you, Dwight.
The next hand raised is Linda.
Yes, thank you. I want to piggyback on what Dwight just said. Again, for those who don't know, I'm Linda Hutchins-Knowles. I'm with Actera, and I'm also part of the EV Charging for All Coalition. This point about equity, I think we cannot make it strongly enough. I want to bring up the concept of cold water flats. I think some of you may have heard this, but others might be new to. But in our country, until the 1960s, there were different building standards for low income housing and moderate or upper, in that the low income housing did not have hot water. The builders saved money by only providing cold water to those residents. So low income folks who probably worked 2 hours a day to pay the rent came home and had to boil the water on the stove to take a bath, boil the water on the stove to cook their food. And this did not change until the government stepped in and said, this is fundamentally unfair and inequitable. Every resident deserves access to hot water where they live. And when the building codes changed and said all the new apartments and condos needed to be built with hot water, then everybody got access to hot water. It no longer became an amenity that only the rich or upper regular folks, or not regular is not a word, moderate income folks could afford. And so I want to say, and we all believe this strongly, and we learned this concept from Green Latinos, that today's EV charging in multifamily housing is equivalent to the cold water flat. And we can no longer wait for this code to be updated incrementally and to have comments made like, maybe it'll go to 50% in the next code cycle. That is accepting this inequity, this structural inequity, and the fact that that there's a higher proportion of low income and people of color living in apartments and condos means this is structural inequity. And the only way to change that is to change the code, and it needs to be changed now. And we really want to see that ambition and that care. And you could hear the frustration that Michelle and Brigitte expressed. The law may say one thing, but that's not what's happening on the ground. And there is such an easy fix. And it is so doable and the cost for the builders is so negligible that we need to make this happen. Let's put on our hats and get this to happen now. So please embrace the need to increase your ambitions above incremental changes. That is saying you will tolerate continued incremental inequity. So thank you.
And Sven has his hand up.
Hi, Sven Thiessen again. I think Dwight has answered Bob's comments about the CPUC. In particular, it's important to note that I'm ex-Peninsula Clean Energy, a CCA, and also ex-PG&E, where I appeared on the dais at the CPUC. And Bob, you are so right. That is an arcane, well, that's another agency that needs some restructuring, shall we say. I want to reiterate what Dwight said. And again, it's not just helping the apartment or condo owners, the residents, and that is of wiring or having the means to provide those tariffs to those units, the same tariffs that single family homes have access to. And it's not, you are correct in saying it's not HCD's or BSC's in their purview to go and address those actual dollar costs, but it is your responsibility to enable the same rates as single family homes owners have. And those are very inexpensive rates. Now we have somebody from ChargePoint on the call I saw. Do we have any other EVSPs, electric vehicle service providers, on board? Now, those are the companies that manage the chargers, and they could talk about, and I'm okay with it, they collect a fee to do the management of the electricity when you have an EVSP in the middle. And that's okay, it's the middleman, that's what they do. And that fee is therefore creates inequity between what me as a single family homeowner pay and somebody who lives in an apartment complex. But when you wire it directly, you solve that problem. Not only do you solve that problem, but it also takes away a task from the apartment complex manager. How do you divvy up the electricity costs when it's from the common or house meter? And the same thing with a HOA, homeowners association, in a condo. I really feel like you guys, part of your analysis of these regulations should have produced documentation that showed that you had interviewed people trying to get electric vehicle charging into apartments and condos, like Michelle, to understand how difficult it is to do this. I think this is a component of that equity. And I want to close with the question of where does BSC and HCD have responsibility to? If you were a consulting firm, who is your lead constituent? Who are you responsible to? Is it the builder? They're just providing the structure. And if you require a particular, like fire alarms, and everybody has to put them in, the cost is equitable across all of California. So it's not the builders. Is it the apartment complex managers or the HOA, homeowners association, the condos? They're not the real customers. The real constituents, the people that you are responsible to, just like Linda said, the people you are responsible to providing hot water to is those people that actually live there. And I think their voices have been silent up until this time. And as Linda said, it's structural inequity. I'm going to call it something a little bit harsher, but it's, as the engineer, as the business owner, it's what it is. And that is economic apartheid. The rich are getting richer while the poor are getting poorer, while suffering the ill effects of having to drive polluting vehicles. And again, My faith does not allow me to be silent. Thank you.
Linda, I see your hand is up. I don't know if that's still up or if you have something to say.
No, sorry, I'll take it down.
Okay. Mark Geller, you're next.
Hi there. I just want to make a few quick points because a lot of the points that need to be expressed have been expressed already, and there's no reason to really go on for too long. But I do want to emphasize that abandoning EV capable in multifamily housing really makes sense, that we need to stop building buildings that will soon require expensive retrofits. There is just no reason not to do what is needed to enable folks in new buildings to have access to power for a car, and that we should do everything we can to enable what Dwight in particular was talking about, which is to enable direct access to a unit's meter from the parking space in order to ensure forever access to the lowest possible utility rates that are available without a third party between the driver and the utility, adding to the cost and complexity of charging. And I just want to say, you guys are the experts in writing code. I'm sure you can do what we need to see done here for reasons of equity. But the folks who are here are experts and have tremendous experience in driving electric cars. And if I'm not mistaken, most of you guys don't. Please listen to us, talk to your friends and colleagues who do drive electric cars. Not everyone's experience is the same, but overwhelmingly, the experience that has been related here by people who live in multifamily housing is the experience that people have. Please consider our experience and expertise. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mark. If possible, I'd like to move on to agenda item 5B. If nobody else has any last minute thoughts on agenda 5A for residential.
There are no other hands raised.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. Appreciate that. And I appreciate all the comments. We're taking notes on all these and appreciate everybody's input. Moving on to agenda 5B. This is the draft for EV infrastructure for medium and heavy duty vehicles. And I'm going to give the floor to either Stephen Toft or Bruce Tutter from the California Air Resources Board. You have the floor.
Thank you, Enrique. So CARB's proposing an addition to the current rule, which requires installation of infrastructure to support later addition of chargers up to 400 kilovolt amperes of zero emission vehicle fueling in newly constructed warehouses, grocery stores, and retail buildings for meeting a minimum square foot threshold. We're proposing now to add manufacturing facilities and office buildings of 10,000 square feet or more to the current rule. And we included a table in the latest draft, but we've since realized that it was probably unclear and sending the wrong message a bit. So we have a further updated one. Enrique, is it okay if I share my screen? I've got it up here.
Sure, as long as you describe what the changes are.
Yeah, I will.
Folks have seen this on our website, as long as you articulate exactly what the changes are for those folks that may not have access to the internet or on the phone lines only. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, it looks like it says I'm
I have to
disabled.
give you the ability to share.
Okay.
Okay, you should be good now.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, so here at the bottom two, we have manufacturing facilities and office buildings. So we've recently updated this table to reflect some clarification changes, like I said. So for the manufacturing facilities of between 10 and 50,000 square feet with one or two offloading spaces, the minimum capacity required is 200 kilovolt amperes. And then for over 50,000 square feet, regardless of the number of off-street loading spaces, it's 400 kilovolt amperes. So those are the changes for that one. The changes for the office buildings of 10,000 to 135,000 square feet with one or two off-street loading spaces, the minimum capacity required is 200 kilovolt amperes. And then for over 135,000 square feet, regardless of the number of off-street loading spaces, it's 400 kilovolt amperes. And then we also added for 3 or greater, between 10,000 and 50,000 square feet for manufacturing facilities, that would also be 400 kilovolt amperes. And then for 3 or greater off-street loading spaces for office buildings of 10,000 to 135,000 square feet, 3 or greater off-street loading spaces would be 400 kilovolt amperes. And those are the only changes.
Great. Thank you, Bruce. So basically, can you just recap the numbers from what the numbers were that were posted on the web to basically what the changes were? I think
sure. The original numbers we haven't differentiated between the number of off-street loading spaces for the 10,000 to 50,000. So we basically added for manufacturing facilities from 10,000 to 50,000 square feet. It was originally 1 or 2. And we hadn't allocated for 3 off-street loading spaces for that building size range. So that's what we added in here. And then we also changed, it was originally for greater than 50,000. We had the table made it look like we assumed that all of them would have 3 or greater off-street loading spaces. Obviously, that's not the case. So we changed that to be 1 or greater, so that any manufacturing facility of more than 50,000 square feet, regardless of number of off-street loading spaces, as long as it's 1, would be 400 kilovolt amperes.
Great.
And then we did the same for office buildings.
Okay, great. I see that. Okay, well, thank you, Bruce, for that. Does anybody have any comments or questions for Bruce regarding their updated, their proposal for medium and heavy duty vehicles to incorporate additional occupancies, in this case, manufacturing facilities and office buildings? Ms. Laura, do we have any?
James has his hand up.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jim Fry. I'm from 2050 Partners, and we represent the California IOU Codes and Standards team. We have been working with Stephen and Bruce at CARB and our expert subcontractor, Arup, to expand our original cost comparison models to include these 2 new scenarios. Our original report covering the grocery, retail, and warehouse is available on the Title24stakeholders.com website, and I'll post a link to that report in the meeting chat. We're very interested in others leaning into the technical cost model that we've developed, and we look forward to feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Our chat has been disabled, but this is something that we could upload onto our DSA box for folks to access. Or if you're interested and you're not part of the DSA box, you can contact us directly for that link.
No, I'd be happy to do that. I've got my invite and I'm ready to try it out.
Great.
Thanks.
Appreciate it, James.
Sven has his hand up, but he looks like he's not on camera. So Mia, do you want to go?
I'm here.
Okay.
Bruce, Sven Thiessen here. Quick question for you. Do you know, you've parsed out these building types. Does this encompass 2 questions, all of the non-residential construction that we do in California? And do you know the rough percentages of the square footage that's generated per category? As in, what percentage of new construction is going to be warehouse? What percentage new construction to be manufacturing facilities? And then also the approximate number of parking spaces for the employees, visitors, guests, because it's obviously going to be different if it's retail versus a warehouse. Do you have roughly those numbers?
Yes, Sven. So first of all, I think one thing that's important to know is this is not the, as you well know, we have a whole group working on light duty. This part of the code change is not for parking areas. What it is mainly, my group works mainly with heavy duty and medium duty vehicles. What we're trying to do is require some specific amount of basically make ready infrastructure. So that, let's say a new grocery store goes in and they didn't put in any charging, and 5 years from now, when it becomes really obvious that medium and heavy duty vehicles are going to need charging, they say, oh my goodness, look how much it's going to cost us. Maybe we can get around this somehow. Well, we're putting in probably the most expensive part of that, or we're requiring to be put in probably the most expensive part of that infrastructure. So the decision will become much, much easier, obviously, since, huge amounts of the expense have been paid for. They already have the upsized panels and so forth. I believe we did have some data. We started in the last triennial cycle. We did have some data on new construction by building type. So built construction of warehouses, construction of retail stores, grocery stores. We haven't revisited that because we're just adding really what I consider a pretty minor tweak. In that we're adding a couple of building types. It's basically exactly what we did. We're just starting to add more and more building types, which I'll address that in just a moment. We haven't revisited it for a while, so I couldn't tell you what those numbers are. But what we did is we started with what we thought was the most, where the most need would be. So again, a grocery store, perfect example, getting deliveries all day long. They have a loading dock. Let's put in some infrastructure so that they can put it in charger to that loading dock. Likewise with warehouses and retail stores, we know that they're probably getting more deliveries more frequently, or at least more truck traffic than any of the other facility types. So we're just now starting to look at other facility types. I'm sure that we'll look at even more in the future. But again, we're doing what we think seems to make the most sense from a medium and heavy duty standpoint. As I said, we're not in our group, our code changes are not meant to address consumers, are not meant to address light duty parking.
Exactly. The reason why I ask is because this is data, and we talked about data earlier and metrics, so that we want to know how much of what flavor of building is going to be built in California, because this impacts the employees as we discuss later. So this chart, page 404, is really important because CARB, as a subject matter expert, has just parsed out the non-residential building types for us. And we know how many of what flavor are going to be built, which CARB has developed, we can then determine the impact.
Is it a plug-in one or a?
I'll end there, but this table is really important.
Thank you, Sven.
I do have a question for Bruce. So Bruce, can you expand on, for office, specifically office buildings, what buildings you're thinking about, what use?
I can, and frankly, we are still working on that definition a little bit. What we have in mind, we're trying to figure out how we parse out exactly what we want. We don't right now. We don't want to include things such as maybe medical office spaces or that type of thing. We get into other jurisdictions, and this is an interim code cycle. So we're trying to make codes or changes that we feel are appropriate for that. So we are still working on that definition. I'll tell you what we have in mind, and I think we're zeroing in on a definition. We were just looking at some things a couple days ago. What we have in mind, and I always use the example of the Cal EPA building where I work when we go back to the office, which will be soon. 25-story high rise, 3,500, 4,000 people, something like that. Lots of shipments in and out. We have a loading bay downstairs. I believe they have 2 dock spaces. That's the kind of building that we're looking at right now. Again, will we then branch out to hotels? Probably at some point. But again, now that's, I think, more than what we would want to do for an interim cycle. Then we are talking to HCD, which are our comrades in the light duty side obviously have been dealing with HCD for a long time. But as I said, this is an interim cycle. So we're trying to keep it a little more basic. We're going to be working on some more things at the next triennial. Did that explain, Enrique?
Yes. Yeah, I appreciate that, Bruce. Very
Excellent.
helpful.
Mia?
It might be helpful because and to clarify this right up front, is the charging language, this is really specific to these occupancies with planned off-street loading spaces, meaning delivery areas.
That's correct.
So this type of charging would be more in the delivery area.
That's
as
right.
opposed to the greater parking area.
That's exactly right. Now, and actually what we did, so first of all, when we first started this effort a couple of years ago, maybe even more now, we were looking at loading docks. It was pointed out that, especially smaller facilities, a grocery store, maybe one of those medium-sized grocery stores, they may not have an actual dock, but they have an off-site loading space next to, a warehouse door, or whatever the case is. That's what we're trying to get at here. Additionally, what we there was another point I had, and it has escaped me. I'm sorry, but it did go along with that. But that's I know. What we did is we also, as part of the code, and I forget the specific language, what we did is we required that the infrastructure be built out, basically the raceway, be built out and stubbed out in a relatively central location. Again, I forget the language. So I'm not saying that, let's say a grocery store did go in and, they decided they didn't want to put charging in someday, or they decided we need a lot of charging. Maybe they're, maybe they are hoteling some vehicles there, parking vehicles there, depoting them overnight. So they may decide to use this for forklift charging or for vehicle charging, because again, the location will be somewhat centralized. But in most of these places, for more heavy duty charging, you can run above ground conduit from that centralized location. And so that you're exactly right, though.
Thank you, Mia, for that comment. Do we have any more?
No other hands are raised.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. How about on the phones? Nothing. We don't have any. Okay. Seeing no additional comments for.
If Stephen can.
No more comments for CARB. Stephen, if you or I'm sorry, Bruce, if you can unshare, and then I'll.
That's done.
That's done. Okay, let me share screen. We're going to go back. And now.
Enrique, this is Mia.
Hi, Mia.
I just want to know, does CARB want to ask anything of the group before we move on? And I might recommend that this is a good time for a break if we're done with this agenda item, but I want to give CARB the opportunity to see if there's input they want from the greater group.
Absolutely. Yes. Thank you, Mia.
From the heavy duty side, I don't believe so. As I said, it's really pretty minor upgrades to what we did previously. So, we're here to listen to comments at the moment more than anything. Thank you, Mia.
Great. Any comments?
Linda has her hand raised.
Yeah,
Okay,
just a
Linda, go ahead.
process suggestion. I had to step away and then I came back. So I can see the agenda here, but it's hard to know where you are. Maybe there's a way that it could be like advanced so that the very top one shows to folks who are tuning in throughout the day, like where you're at in the discussion. Is that possible?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I can zoom in a little more. We are just done with agenda item 5B. And we're right at 10:28, and our goal was to take a break at 10:30. So I think this makes sense to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll proceed with agenda 5C. Thank you so much.
Hey, Enrique, do you have a second for a quick question?
Hey, Dwight.
That's James.
I can't hear you, but it's probably me.
Okay.
No, you're not muted.
I'm not muted. James, can you hear me? James, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Hi, Bob. Yeah, James had a question, but can't seem to hear me.
I can't hear you, but it's probably my fault. Enrique, just give me a thumbs up if you can hear me.
I can hear you.
It seems like I've achieved access to the DSA box, so thank you. But I'm configured as a viewer. And it looks like 30 plus people are configured as viewers, which will be hard for us to upload files unless there's two different folder systems.
No.
Please take a look at that if you don't mind.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Okay.
Okay. We'll look into it.
Enrique, that is by design.
Yeah.
You should let him know that if you would like to post something, he can either email that to you, you're listed as an owner, or myself, and we can post it into the appropriate folder structure.
Yeah, and he can't hear me, so I was going to explain that, but for some reason he can't hear me, but I can hear him. But yeah, it's definitely done by design. Yeah, we need to see what information is coming in before we post it. Thank you for that.
Yep.
Enrique,
Yes.
could you just clarify who we send a request to post information there in the box? Is that to Eric?
You can send it to Eric or myself, and we're kind of like the gatekeepers. So then we'll review it and then upload it. We just need to look to see what's being submitted before we upload.
Okay, and could you share those email addresses?
Yes, so they're on the agenda.
Okay, I'll look there. Thank you.
So Linda, my email address is my first name spelled with a C, .Drevers, as you see on my screen, at dgs.ca.gov. And I'll just clarify, the intent really isn't to censor what's going into the box. It's more just to keep the appropriate file structure in place.
Sure, that totally makes sense. Is there an S on your last name or not?
There is no S.
Got it.
Said S as in Sierra. It's just
got it. Okay.
It's like driver, but with an extra E in there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and mine is my first name Enrique ENRIQUE period Rodriguez RODRIGUEZ at dgs.ca.gov, or you can just find me on the homepage, staff, BSC staff.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, welcome back, folks. We're moving on to agenda item 5C, and what I'm going to do here, I'm going to scroll that up to the top. So what you're seeing on the screen is agenda item C, and I'll just keep scrolling. So then we know where we are in the agenda. So in agenda item 5C, this is this is pertaining to additions and alterations. We are considering adding requirements for certain additions or alterations to parking facilities in existing non-residential buildings. Currently, HCD has some codified some requirements for when they're updating existing parking facilities. And this is what they have proposed. And what I'd like to do is just talk about what they have, and then maybe garner input from the group. I do have some questions that we've come up with, and I'd really like to spend some time on this specific code, potential code proposal. What HCD has defined. Oh, hi, Mia.
Hey there, I might have jumped the gun. I just wanted to clarify that we're BSC for non-residential occupancies has garnered HCD's language, but we're using it as a base starting point for non-residential occupancies. So I want to make sure the conversation is centered around non-residential occupancies and not confusing it with residential occupancies.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Eric, you may want to clarify this for schools. I don't know. So I'll thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, certainly we're using this as kind of the starting point. We do have some questions, and DSA they're considering some potential proposals, and we'll talk about those as well. So basically right now HCD has codified that when a new parking facility is either been added, or the electrical systems or lighting systems to those parking facilities have been added, or in their case, I think they use the word altered. And then they're basically requiring EV capable spaces for 10% of the total parking spaces that are being added or altered. And so anyway, this is just a starting point. What we do have, we have some notes for
Enrique?
Yes.
Are you sharing the language by chance? I see the agenda right now, just so you know, but I don't know if you're sharing the actual language yet.
Oh.
Yeah, if you intend to share language, that's not up.
Okay, so on my end, I see it. Let me see here.
Yeah, it might just be the type of shared screen you have. So we'll just hold off for a second.
Okay.
And Eric, did you have something to say before we dive in while Enrique changes the screen?
Thank you, Mia, for the opportunity. Yes, absolutely. We are definitely considering specific language related to schools and alterations to existing facilities in schools. As I mentioned earlier, schools tend to present a very unique situation that we would like to ensure is addressed in the code. We'll be taking this up in our meeting on the 24th, and would greatly appreciate input in that meeting. Thank you.
Okay, folks, we're back on track. Can everybody see these?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so, yeah, like we were saying, this is currently, each city has codified this, and it applies to certain existing parking facilities that are getting an upgrade either to electrical systems or lighting systems, or if they're adding additional parking. And what it basically requires is 10% for EV capable spaces. We're using this kind of as a starting point. Obviously, we're going to gather a lot of information and input from the group. So that's our starting point. I do have questions for the group. In addition, we have added some notes here. And then separately, DSA's considering something a little, something more specific to public schools and community colleges. In addition, in this document, we looked at some of the local jurisdictions and the ordinances that have been filed with the Building Standards Commission. And they were kind of all over the map. Some of them were based on, buildings that, in this case were between 10,000 square feet to 25,000 square feet. Most of them requiring, in this case, it was level 2 EVSC for a minimum of 5%. And that this is for Menlo Park. Then there was another trigger beyond 25,000 square feet that increased it to 10%. We also looked at Anselmo, San Anselmo, Marin County, and Mill Valley had the exact same amendment. And that basically, once again, was triggered for using square footages. And these were the amendments that they had, basically requiring 20% on-site parking to be EV capable. And then they also mentioned what the triggers were when paved material and curbing was removed. And so anyway, basically defining the triggers for additions and alterations to existing parking lots. Then Davis had one similar to San Anselmo and Marin County and Mill Valley, but just specific to 20% of EV capable spaces. I know that have some hands up. Would anybody like to speak? I do have some questions for the group, but maybe we can field some questions right now.
Sean has his hand up.
Hello, Sean Denniston, New Buildings Institute, supporting the California investor-owned utilities. We have just a couple of comments about this specific section. I think the first one is that the language being adopted or imported here is actually somewhat vague and difficult to understand. So since BSC is introducing this anew and not just editing, there's an opportunity to improve this language for usability and understandability. It makes it particularly difficult to understand when the requirement is actually triggered, since such different construction activities are being lumped together under this same requirement. We also think the requirements for additional parking and for alterations to existing parking should be different, since these are fundamentally different construction activities with fundamentally different scopes. So the requirements and the triggers for those really should be separated so that they can be fine-tuned in a reasonable way. For new parking added to an existing facility, it seems to make sense that the requirements should just be the same as new construction, rather than setting a different standard, whatever the percentages in new construction, to apply to the new parking based on the number of new spaces being added. I think the only reason to have a different number is if you actually go to a higher number than what you have in new construction, with the idea being we're adding new parking. This is our top opportunity to catch up the parking lot so that the total availability of EV parking on the site is more like what we see in new construction. So if it's different, the only reason really to be different is to be higher. Otherwise, it should probably just be what new construction is for simplicity sake and consistency. And then for alterations, it would make sense to pair specific alteration activities to specific requirements. We started to see this in some of the examples that you showed. For example, a panel upgrade is a good time to provide charging capacity, even if you're not providing the spaces themselves. The lot resurface is a good time to install raceways for EV spaces, even if they're not necessarily getting the panel at the same time. The idea being that if you load too much scope on a trigger, you will just encourage people to avoid the trigger rather than actually getting through. There's also, we see some of the jurisdictions struggle with this idea of a major renovation for triggering full code compliance in the parking lot. There is a term in the code, substantial improvement. It's a defined term that you don't have to mess around with defining your own term or creating the confusion of defining a new term. It represents basically what most people when they say major renovation, and it could operate as a reasonable trigger for full compliance or some lower level of compliance with requirements. And then the last thing we wanted to add is now that we've had EV capable in the code for more than one code cycle, it does make sense to introduce a trigger for converting EV capable spaces into EVSE spaces or some other kind of actual usable EV space. That trigger can vary by many different things, but this is the opportunity, and that's something that does need to make its way into the code at some point, and might as well do it sooner rather than later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sean. Really appreciate your input. Who else do we have that's raised their hands?
Emily has her hand up.
Hi, Enrique. This is Emily Withers from Department of Housing and Community Development. So my only suggestion on this is not getting into the details, but when we made our amendment, we also had to go into Chapter 3 and be specific about the alterations and additions. So I would guess that BSC would need to do something similar because you do have very specific language dealing with alterations and additions to make sure that, the scope of this proposal would be understood in Chapter 3.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, we have the triggers, and our triggers are for additions and alterations has to do with an addition that's 1,000 square feet or greater, regardless of construction cost. And then the other trigger that we have is a project valuation for a tenant improvement of 200,000 or greater. So we'd have to look at that to see how something like that would trigger an upgrade to, I guess, see how that would coincide with upgrades to existing parking lots when you're doing either an alteration or an actual addition. So yeah, thank you so much, Emily. Appreciate that comment.
Timothy?
Yeah, hi, Timothy O'Malley, California Building Standards. Can you scroll up to the original language there that we are actually proposing?
Well, this is just the starting point. We're not,
right.
This is very early stages.
Right. I just wanted to point out for people that might be looking at this actual text, that all this underline is language that we are initially possibly going to be proposing. It doesn't mean that it's written down yet. So the examples that were below is text that's has been adopted by various jurisdictions. So I don't want people to be confused that we're going to be adopting the underlying texts that are in the examples. So just want to make sure people were clear at what type of text they were looking for.
Okay, thanks, Timothy, for, correct. Definitely, this is just, could have been left underlined, but it was new to this document. Yeah, these are just examples. We have a couple more raised hands.
Sven?
Hey, Sven. Sven, would you like to speak? Your hand is raised.
We'll go to Sean.
I apologize. So on behalf of the EV Charging for All Coalition, I want to second a lot of what Sean Denniston said, particularly on delineating the term catch up on construction. When you have an existing facility that has no EV charging, does it make sense to put in a lot more than what is required under new construction? And second, that EV capable, the EV capable trigger, Peninsula Clean Energy, Silicon Valley Clean Energy, East Bay Clean Energy, the Peninsula, San Francisco area, have all in their reach codes said EV capable has got to go. And big picture, the concept of putting in 40 amp EV capable spaces, again, ask the question, who are the actual users of these EV chargers? And that is primarily 90% going to be the actual employees, and they want actual charging. So convert that 40 amp, because 40 amp, how much? Okay, pop quiz, everybody. What does a 208 40 amp circuit provide energy as? Or miles? It's anywhere from 20 to 40 miles, depending on your type of vehicle. And so you're going to get a full charge, certainly your commute, in under 2 hours. So that means you're going to have to go out and move your vehicle if you're an employee. And my wife's a dermatologist. She does surgery. There's no way she's going to be able to go out and move her vehicle in the middle of surgery. So having these high amperages, these high powers, when you have long dwell times for employees, doesn't make sense. So second of all, we're really concerned, and Sean alluded to this, is that if you have a place of worship or a school that wants to convert their incandescent lighting, very inefficient incandescent canned lighting over their parking lot, to say LED, light emitting diode, very energy efficient, but it's going to require a permit. That doesn't touch the parking lot, and that project, if that $25,000 project triggers a $50,000 EV installation or charging installation project, it is gonna, deep sink that project, that energy efficiency project. So we need, again, Sean alluded to this, we want to make sure we're careful here. And then again, if we're going to reduce the EV capable from 40 amps down to 20, then we should double this. And again, just like we talked about it in the residential side, the time for EV capable is over. People are adopting EVs like hotcakes. We're at the base of the S curve. We've crossed the chasm of technology. The IRA just got passed. It's going to be as we've already heard, $4,000 rebate for used EVs, in addition to the $7,500 for new tax credits. California wants to be a leader. We just got to get rid of EV capable at this point in time. And so, similar again to what Sean said, and you can see it in these model codes, that the reach codes, that and it's similar to ADA requirements. So if you do a certain percentage or a certain cost, that is a trigger in itself to spend money on EV charging. So for example, if you do $100,000 upgrade to your facility, then maybe you spend 5% of that on EV infrastructure. And again, the critical thing is low power, because again, I ask, who are we addressing here? Who are we providing EV charging for? And it is the employees. And what do they have? Long dwell times. So the charge rate doesn't really matter as long as we give them 30 to 50 miles, 30 to 40 miles per day. Again, there are outliers out there that drive more of that in their daily commutes, but the great majority of us drive less than 40 miles per day. And that is an appropriate amount of electricity, kilowatt hour, to provide without damming our electric grid with much higher power requirements, which just in turn adds to expense. So again, this is an aid. My understanding is, and Eric, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's essentially like what happened to my family in San Francisco when we upgraded the windows. It was a Victorian, we had to put smoke detectors in all the rooms. Yeah, that had nothing to do with the window upgrade, but that's what we had to do. So this is, again, a percentage wise. So I want to thank Sean for his solid comments, and we're We are in alignment. This is very tricky and it's hard. And Enrique, I'm glad it's you, not me, sir.
Thank you, Sven, for your comments. Really appreciate that. Who do we have queued
Next
up?
with their hand raised is Sean.
Yes, thank you, Sean Dennison again. I did, since the issue of additions and alterations were brought up, I just wanted to advise caution, because while the defined terms addition and alteration can include parking, I think the common understanding of those words by most people is very building centric. So just to be very careful with how the language is used, to make it very clear that, are you talking about a requirement that is being triggered by a building addition, or a requirement that's being triggered by the addition of parking? Are you talking about a requirement that's being triggered by a building alteration? Because that could be reasonable, or an alteration to the parking lot. Just being really careful with the language so that we have really good usability in the code. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for those. Yeah, definitely we considered that.
Linda?
Hi, so thank you. I want to just echo what Sven said and piggyback on this conversation about EV capable. Again, to remind people that EV capable really means right now EV incapable. You can't plug in, you can't pull into that spot and start charging. How is the employer supposed to convince the employee supposed to convince their employer that they should take the extra expense of upgrading that EV capable to EV ready? I would posit that a lot of employees don't want to risk that, making that ask of their employer. I don't think there's a law like there is for tenants, and we saw that law for tenants isn't actually being followed. So it is puzzling why this is, continuing to talk about EV capable. Why don't you just make it EV ready, and instead of 40 amps, make it 20 amps? So again, you're going to save the builder cost. You're going to let the driver stay there all day parking, so they don't have to get out and move their car. You'll reduce the power grid load, and you'll save the builder's costs. So please consider taking out any EV capable and making it EV ready. And then therefore we should be able to put more EV ready parking in as well. And I just want to remind you, as I know you all know, but by Governor's Executive Order N7920, by 2035, 100% of cars sold in California, light duty vehicle, will be ZEVs. And there's other milestones that we're going to be achieving before then. To reach the governor's awesome ambition and his leadership, the agencies need to be in lockstep with the code adjustments. The governor's change is not incremental. He is taking that leap into the climate safe future. He needs you, we need you to take that leap with him, with us, and do everything in your power at every step, whether it's new construction or now we're talking about existing, to whenever you can make it EV capable and as many parking spots as possible. Else we're not going to achieve those targets. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Linda. And just as a segue to some of our questions, we did have a question here, and this was, and we've been talking about this internally, was any thoughts of the requiring of the installation of level 2 chargers versus EV capable infrastructure. So we have considered that. We are considering it. We're looking at it. And so that was one of the questions to the group. It sounds like what we're hearing from the group is that you rather have installed chargers, low power level 2, versus the EV capable route. And I know Mia has brought this up and regarding why not go and consider the installation of chargers instead of kicking the can down the road, as they say, by just maybe considering just EV capable spaces. But this is something that we're considering and we're looking into, and we definitely appreciate your input, and that's why we're here today, is to garner that input and comments that are going to help us shape these regulations.
Eric has his hand up.
Eric?
Thank you, Enrique. And I just want to express my gratitude in moving this topic to the top of our agenda. because it is very important to this code cycle, and appreciate the comments and the feedback that we're receiving here, and ultimately we'll receive in our meeting on the 24th. We had distributed a survey to our stakeholders and have received feedback. And some of this feedback is specifically related to existing facilities. So, and I appreciate the distinction that was made, I think by Sean, regarding the additions to an existing parking facility and how to deal with that. I would agree minimally, and we're interested in the feedback. Minimally, it's a new parking facility. And has a distinct number of parking spaces associated to it. And then there's the ultimate potential maximum, in that you may consider the requirements for EV charging based upon the total number of parking spaces in that facility versus just the distinct number that were added. So that seems to be the max min in there, or is there an alternative in between where you might consider, as suggested, some either additional or some allowance for fewer based upon the total number. Additional based upon the number added, or fewer based upon the total number. And I hope I'm not talking in circles here. But if there's some compromise in between that maximum and minimum, we'd certainly love to hear comments on that. And I especially appreciate the comment regarding the transition of EV capable to EV chargers, should those capable spaces exist on an existing facility that's being altered. And that's a topic that I'd be interested in hearing some additional feedback on too. That's certainly a section that would need to be covered, most likely for schools as well as non-res. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Eric, for your input. And maybe this might be a good segue, Eric, since we are talking, you're talking DSA. We did have a question here for the group, and this is for DSA only. Any thoughts on requiring buildings being remodeled that have adjacent parking to require a certain percentage of chargers? So this is a question for the group for DSA only occupancies. I'd like to hear any comments or input on that.
Other hands raised.
So Enrique, can I clarify that is a question from us to the group?
This is exactly. This is for the group from DSA, but for DSA occupancies specifically.
Okay, Sven has his hand up.
I guess, Eric, I apologize. Would you clarify what DSA facilities are besides schools? In addition to schools?
It's schools.
Okay. So again, look at who is parking there. The employees are parking there. And again, they have long dwell times. And we are in general, a fan of just receptacles versus the actual charging units, the EVSC, because this essentially delineates the goats from the sheep. If you have charging at home, then you may not want to bring your cord set out of your car and plug in. But if you don't have charging at home, so someone won't park there. So if you don't have charging at home, then it provides you with charging in general. The key thing here is low power, because you have long dwell times for the employees, 8 hours. So it's much easier to you don't want to have to go out and move your car at lunchtime or 2 hours into your schedule. That's the point. In other words, it's much better to have a bank of low power chargers that you can park your car in and keep it there for the day than having two 40 amp chargers that you have to play musical chargers, especially in the workplace.
Can I clarify? Thank you for the feedback, and absolutely, I think that's feedback that we've received through our survey as well as through this forum. I think the question, if you can think about a campus setting, and that's really one of the distinct differences. I'll sidebar real quick. I agree that a student or faculty certainly has very little opportunity in the middle of their day to and should not interrupt their schedule to go move their car. So I think we fully agree with that concept and have received that feedback. But if you're thinking about a campus setting, the question really relates to, should a building alteration, because often, frankly, parking facilities are not modified as regularly as buildings are either added or modified. And so one of the distinct differences between what DSA deals with on campuses is that concept. And so what we're trying to get to the bottom of here is it appropriate for a building alteration, 300 feet, 1,000 feet, whatever that distance is, or maybe there's some other measure, but is there a reasonable trigger for a building alteration on a campus setting to trigger electric vehicle improvements? That's the core question here.
And I hope that other members of the coalition have answers, but that's a very hard question. I think it's a cost question, and I would do it based on the percentage of the total cost of the project and allocate some much smaller amount to installing EV charging, because it is knowing what campuses look like in general. It's expensive to install charging. You're going to have to do a lot of trenching likely and a lot of concrete busting. Plus there's likely power limitations. So again, I would base it on a percentage of the total cost of the project versus a straight square footage. That's my personal recommendation. Not sure if others, Dwight McCurdy, Dennis Corrales, others would jump into. But again, important for us, like you just said, your survey, that's so nice to hear you did a survey. The survey reflected that people don't want to move their cars during the daytime. They have long dwell times, and so low power is completely appropriate for them.
Do we have any more raised hands? I see.
Mark has his hand raised.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, Mark Geller with the EV Access for All Coalition and the Vice President of Plug in America and 20+ year EV driver. To answer the question specifically, Eric, and I look forward to the workshop on the 24th to discuss this stuff in more detail. You know, it seems to me so important that staff of all sorts who work at schools be encouraged, and that getting them to switch to an electric car is so important that, yes, I would say in general, the notion that that building remodeling should trigger some effort to put in access to power for staff makes a tremendous amount of sense. Very easy, I recognize, for me to simply say that, and much more difficult for others to do it. But if one has a very open approach to how to meet that desire, there are options and opportunities available. Obviously, we are big advocates for low power, be it in this case, low power level 2, or even I would suggest this might be a very logical place for level 1, you know, protected outlets along a wall, if that kind of opportunity presents itself, as it would in some schools. I mean, obviously, each building is different. And if you are in a parking lot that you have to trench, that's a more expensive proposition than drawing conduit along a wall where perhaps a significant portion of the folks park. And one could literally, as I have done in various places, put weather protected level 1 outlets that will, very simply meet the need for access to power. And as long as, and I think there's been I think the previous governor made an executive order suggesting that, for example, plugging into an outlet at a state building is de minimis in terms of power. So there would be no requirement to capture the expense, which would in fact be less than $1 a day in the case of a level 1 outlet. So I would encourage, really open, a broad sense of what would work. I think the problem gets into where you start to require sophisticated and particularly high power level 2 charging. That is not a great tool for this particular task of a relatively long dwell time user. And I look forward to discussing that in further detail. I hope I was reasonably clear in what my intention was.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate the comments.
Thank you, Mark.
Sean is next.
Hello, Sean Dennison, New Buildings Institute. To the specific question, I think it's worth thinking about schools differently than other non-residential occupancies. Multifamily has this situation where long dwell time can be assumed to be the norm. A lot of non-residential occupancies, you can't make that assumption. You have that split between workforce and visitor/customer parking is not always real distinct in some of the building use categories. Group B includes both offices and small retail. So, you have this difficulty in distinguishing between workforce and visitor parking. However, in schools, I think it's reasonable to assume it is mostly what is functionally workforce parking, whether it is the teachers and staff working at the school, or if it is a school that has students who drive, a lot of times they will be longer dwell times. And so I think making the assumption that you are dealing primarily with workforce charging at schools is reasonable, and then tailoring your EV charging requirements to those charging patterns is not just appropriate, but probably necessary. Now, as to the question of, what trigger levels do you actually start to trigger these things? I think that in that case, schools maybe aren't as different, and still thinking of building life cycle opportunities. What are the life cycle events in a building, and which of those events provide an opportunity to provide more EV charging infrastructure, whether that is just raceways or if it is just capacity. And then when we start to think about full compliance, I think that a good thing to start to think about is, when is financing involved? Because that's going to be a key opportunity for dealing with budget. So when you have something like a substantial improvement, financing is usually involved. And that's something that's a code trigger event that you can hang your hat on. But thinking about that, when is the money available, and when is that sum of money relative to the building value high enough that it is more readily able to absorb additional costs, without it being a big thing, unlike the church example given before, where a small trigger can incur a large cost. You're just going to discourage the small trigger. So I think that that's the way to think about it. In schools specifically, we kind of do just maintenance, deferred maintenance. And then we do big renovation renewals all at once. This isn't the case for all schools, but this is a fairly typical pattern. So that seems to be like a really good trigger event. But I don't think you should ignore the smaller ones, where you can at least get some pieces of infrastructure put in place that can be utilized in the future. Thank you.
Dennis?
Good morning, everyone. This is Dennis Corellis, a former principal architect with DSA. And I would like to agree with Sean's comments and also suggest that you may want to look at the access code for a way to deal with improvements outside the scope of a project to support the EV charging. I agree with Sven's comment that this is basically a long dwell time situation. And, but that is sort of separate from how you approach a small project. What would the threshold be, for example, to trigger, if you're doing some HVAC remodels in a building, is that going to trigger work in the parking area to provide or upgrade that? So the access code provides triggers and thresholds. There's a max that you can be required to spend on during an alteration project for accessibility improvements. And that might be a model to look at to approach the upgrades for the electric vehicle charging. And thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Dennis.
Thank you, Dennis.
Good to hear you.
Dwight?
Good morning again. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay. I really appreciate your efforts to survey folks to take their input. Really good. And I really appreciate Sean's comments and the distinction he mentioned that you can draw between employees at a site versus visitors or customers at a site. We have a daughter in high school, and in my normal comings and going around town, there's 3 high schools that I frequently pass by. 2 of those have had major renovations for their theater complex, as well as other school buildings. And they most often also are involved with repaving. And anytime they get involved with massive repaving, you have the opportunity to throw in trenching and conduit to make it EV capable or EV ready. The other thought I have is that I've noticed that for several of these upgrades and I think they did the appropriate thing, and that is to take advantage of COVID to make a major push on upgrades. And what I've observed is that several of these schools have chosen to install solar PV. And anytime you have solar going in, it represents a phenomenal opportunity to put in low level 2 or even level 1 charging for employees or even for students. The number of students that are driving vehicles to school these days is just incredible. And the opportunity to encourage EV charging or EV adoption by putting in the circuits under the solar panels for these kids would be really good. The other thought I had was that DGS installed 800 EV ready circuits in DGS parking lots around the state of California. I think that project concluded last year or 2 years ago. Can't remember given COVID, but anyhow, DGS did install 800 circuits at DGS parking lots. And there probably is some really good lessons learned from the variety of parking lots that were faced in that process that you might be able to draw upon to help in how you see going forward. You might be able to take advantage of what they did to guide some of your use cases. And I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dwight.
Thank you, Dwight.
Did you call on me, I think? You're starting to? Yes, you were just saying Linda?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I won't talk long at this point, but I'm with the EV Charging for All Coalition. We've really, as you know, been focusing on multifamily housing more. So we'll need to discuss internally a little bit more about our thoughts about schools. I will just say with my hat on as a former teacher, I know that a lot of teachers can't afford to live close to the schools they teach at because of the high cost of living. Where I live in the Silicon Valley, we have teachers commuting from quite a distance because it's too expensive here and they don't earn enough. And so I do wonder, I'm not sure level 1 would be sufficient for them to get enough charge to then get back home. So I do agree it's a long dwelling situation. I think low power level 2 would be sufficient, but I'm hesitant with level 1. I think those teachers that most need it might be not able to access it because they live too far away. So that's the comment I had there. And again, I want to echo again the appreciation for you doing the survey. That is really awesome. I did see that survey and I shared it with others. I didn't respond, but I shared with people who are at schools currently. So I hope you got a good response. And I think this is a model that you could be doing for multifamily housing, surveying residents that live there, surveying drivers of EVs that live there and see what their experiences are. That would really be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. I'll report that we received approximately 170, which may sound low to some of you, but it was actually extremely encouraging to us because I guess when it comes to the public process, responses sometimes are less than what we'd like to see. So we were really encouraged with the number of responses. And I appreciate the distinction between teacher and potentially a student the student distance travel distances. So that is something that we recognize. A teacher tends to live further away from a school than a student might from the same school. So it's a small nuance. Another nuance is that we are also responsible for community colleges, which have a different parking pattern associated to them as well. So appreciate all the input. Thank you.
Ida.
Thank you. I just want to say that I appreciate all the comments and understanding being made about schools. There are a couple things that I do want to address and to have you guys think about. One of them is there was a example to base it on a percentage of the cost of construction, which we hesitate to do. That really does create some issues for our schools. Mostly because as construction costs escalate, then obviously the work or the dollar value escalates. And what we have is increasing costs over increasing costs for one thing. So it's really better to base it on a requirement based on the improvement and not on construction costs, because construction cost is not something we can control. Especially when it comes to schools, many access state bond funding, and state bond funding is limited. It's in great demand, and it doesn't add additional funds for electric vehicle charging. So again, basing it on construction cost is problematic. And also understand that many local jurisdictions or local school districts may also not have access to local bond funding, which cost pressures then are added. And so it's very important to keep that in mind, that not that we should be providing electric vehicle charging because it's too expensive or cost is an issue, but not necessarily tying it to costs when we do. For those reasons and to be sensitive to those reasons. So I just wanted to share that. Thanks.
Mark Geller has his hand raised.
Yeah, I just want to quickly mention in regard to what Eric and Linda were saying regarding charging. One of the great things about electric vehicles is obviously that there are many different ways you can charge them, and everyone's case is not the same and you can respond differently. It may well be that what makes a lot of sense in a school situation in particular is perhaps a relatively large amount of very simple level 1 access to power outlets, receptacles, because that is the lowest cost way to serve what their actual need is, and to have some level 2 charging in order to accommodate folks, particularly teachers, with larger commutes because they live farther away from the schools. And so we should just be open to a solution that is not a one-size-fits-all solution, but doing a combination. I mean, one thing I've always often thought of was, you can do free level 1 because it's so simple and low cost, and a modest, if you need to do to monetize level 2, at a reasonable rate, because you're serving that much more power, there's no reason that one couldn't do that. And hopefully Eric and the team will be exploring all of these options. I look forward to talking to you on the 24th. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And yes, we're a big fan of options.
And Mia.
Hi there. Hey, I'm just doing a quick time check here. I think it sounds like to me we're winding down on the conversation about additions and alterations. We could probably spend a few more minutes if there's more questions that Enrique wanted to ask. But I just want to, for the good of the group, recognize that there's still 7 of these sub items to go through in item 5. I think some of them won't take as long as the first few items. I think there was some good, robust discussion already had on some information. And so there's 2.5 hours left of this meeting. 30 minutes of that is probably going to be a little lunch break. So that leaves us with 2 hours to get through D through J, and then any other related items not on the agenda, and then action items. So just a time check right now to let you know where we're at.
Thank you, Mia. Appreciate that. Yeah, so I had some questions here, but this conversation, you have answered some of the questions that we did have for the group. I do have one, I think, final question here was, should the triggers be based on size of the building that is being, I guess, altered and its connection to the existing parking lot that's being renovated or expanded? And this was basically tied back to some of the ordinances that are shown in this item from other jurisdictions. So I just wanted to put it out there, since we did show some of these local jurisdictions and what they're doing in their specific jurisdictions. Any comments on that? And that's my last question.
There are no hands raised.
Okay. All right.
Eric put his hand up.
Okay. Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Enrique. Regarding square footage, it's often difficult to simply base it on square footage. As mentioned earlier, there are deferred maintenance items which aren't necessarily associated to a specific square footage, and alterations come in all shapes and sizes. While they may, in terms of building area, relate to large portions of the building, it may not be a substantial alteration. That it could simply be replacing ceiling panels or more moderate repairs such as that. So it can be difficult to simply base it upon square footage. If it's an addition, that's certainly a different discussion. That's new construction.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate your comment.
Sean has his hand raised.
So I'd like to echo that issue about defining alteration area. We are working in the national code right now on trying to establish energy efficiency requirements based on large substantial alterations. And we have substantially struggled with how you define an alteration area because it is so nebulous. What brings something into the alteration? If they're only doing one little piece in a quarter of a space, do you consider the whole space part of the alteration? It becomes very, very difficult. We've been working on this for probably 9 months and have not been able to crack it so far. So a word of warning about how hard it is to define alteration area. There is a term in the code, in the California Existing Buildings Code of work area. However, that is a fundamentally accessibility and egress focused term. And so it's concerned with reconfiguration of spaces rather than alterations of spaces. So it's a very tempting term to try to use, but it really, it doesn't quite provide what you need. So I think keeping that in mind, that is the advantage of a term like substantial alteration, because it just goes based on value. And, and that really creates a cleaner line, even though it means that you only have a high bar available from a term like that. So yeah, defining alteration area is very challenging. And I think that that's something that some of the local ordinances have missed. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sean. Appreciate your comment.
Eric's hand is up, but I think it's still up. Okay. No other hands up at this time.
Okay, great. I am moving on to agenda item. Let me go back to the agenda. Okay, can you folks see that on the screen? We're good? Okay, fantastic. So moving on to agenda item 5D, which is our draft proposal for definitions for electric vehicle charging stations. And we're proposing an amendment, and I'll get to the amendment right now. Can't see it. All right, let me move on to that. Okay, moving on to agenda item. This document actually contains agenda items 5D, 5E, and 5F, but we'll take it one at a time. So currently in chapter 2, we have definitions, and we've added these definitions just for reference as to what is currently there. This is all existing definitions, and so they're just for reference purposes only. So BSC and DSA are proposing to amend the definition for electric vehicle charging stations, which is EVCS. The amendments to add the word or words. This definition amendment is needed since BSC and DSA are proposing EV regulations in agenda items 5D and 5E for level 1 and low power level 2 EVSC that require these defined terms. Level 1 and level 2 power EVSCs are also used along with level 2 electric vehicle supply equipment, or DCFCs, to create electric vehicle charging stations. So currently there's a definition for electric vehicle charging stations. And let me go back, and while this is all underlined, this would be a new proposal for DSA and BSC. And all we're really doing is taking the existing defined term, and let me go find it up here. Right here. So electric vehicle charging station is one or more electric vehicle charging spaces served by an electric vehicle, charger or chargers, or other charging equipment, allowing charging of electric vehicles. Electric vehicle charging stations are not considered parking spaces. So in our proposed definition, all we're really doing is we're adding the word served by, adding the word after chargers. We added a comma and then added receptacle. So we consider a level, either a level 1, whether it's a receptacle or a level 1 handheld charger, we consider that to be an electric vehicle charging station. And so all this is trying to do is we're just trying to say that electric vehicle charging station includes the receptacles, which would be a level, like I said, level 1 receptacle or handheld, or low power level 2. So that is agenda item 5D. Does anybody have any comments pertaining to our proposed amendment to amend the definition for electric vehicle charging stations?
Sean has his hand raised.
Go ahead, Sean.
Hello, Sean Deniston, supporting the California IOUs. I think this raises maybe a larger issue in this section of CALGreen, which is the proliferation of defined terms, particularly defined terms that are similar but subtly different. And I think that this impacts code usability in a significant way, having so many defined terms that are utilized to mean this, but kind of this. And I think that EV charging station represents a holdover from how CALGreen talked about these things before the electrical code began to standardize the terminology a little bit more. So that's why, EV charging station originally basically meant an EVSE. And, I think when you see that are not a parking space, shows some of that history. And so if you look at this now, that the definition as it is doesn't really make sense. And the addition of receptacles doesn't help. But when it says that it's an electric vehicle charging space, but it is not an automobile space, EVs have to be parked somewhere to charge. So they have to be in a parking space to use a charging station, but you're calling a charging station a space. So you can see that the language is really confusing. And I understand the desire to create kind of an omnibus term that captures all the kinds of ways that you might connect an EV to the grid, whether that's an EVSE or a receptacle that's actually installed in the site. But the minor benefit that you get from that, I think, is far outweighed by the confusion that's added to the code by having another term that is defined, that is really similar to a code, to another defined term that's used in other codes, and also that is not used nationally. And I think that that's something for CALGreen to really keep in mind, is that this discussion is happening outside of California, but California can't be insular from it, because the market for all the equipment and the terminology is national and it's not California specific. And outside of California, they really are settling in on using EVSE to refer to that. So I think that it would be better to just move beyond this term and maybe even find a way to eliminate this term than to try to continue to leverage it to do more than it's already doing, since it's already the source of confusion. So yes, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Sean.
Emily has her hand raised.
Yeah, this is Emily Withers with HCD. I kind of agree with Sean on the historical use of this term. To us, it's supposed to mean it's actually an EV charging space with a charger installed. But when we added the receptacles, because we had language in there talking about equipment for charging, it muddied up that definition. And for sure, the phrase that, and HCD has it in their definition too, this electric vehicle charging stations are not considered parking spaces. There was actually language included in the vehicle code. It's section 22.511.2, which says that we really need to equate these EV charging spaces with parking spaces, but only for the purpose of needing parking quotas. So that last phrase is a little bit misleading too. So I agree with Sean. We probably need to take a closer look at this.
Thank you, Emily, for your comment. Just a little, the reason that we added receptacles was we were trying to, and you'll see this in agenda 5, let's see, agenda 5E, where we talk about, agenda 5E, where we're talking about the proposed amendments to introduce low power level 2 as an allowed option. We were trying to get away from, once again, listening to not trying to add additional definitions. We were trying to get away from the EV ready and then having to define EV ready and then allowing, then using EV ready low power level 2 or EV ready low power 1. Our attempt here was to try to simplify it and not introduce for BSC and DSA additional terms. So that was kind of the impetus for this, but certainly we can look at it given Emily's comments and Sean's comment. Thank you.
We have one more comment from Mark Geller.
Yeah, hi, Mark Eller again with the Charging Coalition and Plug in America. Well, I appreciate what Sean is saying, and particularly, a desire to harmonize national language with state language. California also has a lot more experience, probably, than the folks who are trying to write this stuff nationally. And in fact, what you guys are trying to do here by this new language is to harmonize with reality, with what actually happens in the real world with people who charge. And the reality is that many people use, and the new code encourages the possibility of receptacles that serve to charge electric vehicles, because in fact, electric vehicles come with a cord set, a charger, an EVSE that can be plugged into a receptacle on a wall. And in the effort to make charging more convenient, more reliable, and less costly, I think you are appropriately recognizing what happens in the real world and what might be good policy going forward for all sorts of reasons. And harmonizing, perhaps national ought to look at the California experience, where the place where most of the electric cars are, and more people are driving electric vehicles, and state has more familiarity with what might be good policy going forward. And as the code originally said, in terms of its definition, where I think it was electric vehicle charger or other charging equipment, what this, of course, recognizes is that there is other potential charging equipment, for example, inductive charging. Not that I think personally that it's likely to happen very quickly, but the code, the language here of definition, does take into account that you could end up with a parking space that enables a car to charge without having a physical connection to the grid. So all of these various ways to charge a car ought to be understood and accounted for, such that we don't have a situation where what people are doing in the real world is unacknowledged or ends up contravening the language that is in code. Thank you very much. It's an interesting problem to have, but we ought not be too confined to definitions that work in theory, but don't correspond to reality.
Thank you, Mark, for your comment.
Eric? Uh-oh.
Eric, you're on
you're
mute.
muted.
Yeah. You what?
Sorry about that. New hardware. I would echo the desire to simplify the definitions. I think it's fairly clear, and we've received a lot of feedback in that regards. And the effort, I would also echo what Enrique said, that the effort here was to try to simplify. I actually would be interested in receiving maybe some specific language from folks, rather than conceptual changes, receiving some specific language on suggested changes to the definitions to simplify. I also agree with Mark that California is absolutely leading the way in this, and certainly do not want to be naive to a national movement, but understand that the national movement may be trailing California.
Thank you, Eric.
Sean?
I think in keeping in mind the national movement, California is definitely leading the nation in terms of stringency and adoption. But that does not necessarily mean that California is leading the nation in the actual policy development, because what we're seeing elsewhere has learned all the lessons that California, has learned the lessons from California without being saddled with existing policy that is harder to change. A lot of what we just heard, this idea, language that modifies without a fundamental change. What we're seeing outside of California is not having that saddling of being stuck with existing language that has to be modified. And if we're looking at the proposals that are moving through the International Energy Conservation Code right now, they are being driven from a very technical standpoint of technical soundness, compatibility with the electrical code, compatibility with electrical engineering. And a big part of that discussion involved the California CALGreen language and the inadequacies from it from a technical standpoint and from a clarity standpoint. And so what we're seeing outside of California really is trying to go beyond California in terms of policy structure and technical soundness, even if they may not be going as far as California is thinking in terms of stringency. And I think that that's an important distinction. And we've seen other jurisdictions get caught up in, we're leading the country on this and finding themselves behind because they weren't paying attention to what was going on elsewhere and the important developments that are happening outside of their jurisdiction. So I think the national experience is really important. And the other part is that while California is dominating now, the rest of the country is big, and it will have an impact on, when EVSE manufacturers and car manufacturers and all of those are looking at their policy engagement, they're going to see what's happening in the rest of the country and realize, well, we need to be compatible with that as well. So they're not, even though California is leading in adoption right now, that market lead in terms of total EV sales is going to dwindle as the rest of the country catches up. Even if the rest of the country never surpasses California, just in terms of size, total volume will become an important issue. So I think it is important to take into account what's going on outside of California and the standards that are being adopted and the direction that they're going. Thanks.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Sean.
Yeah, hi, this is Mia, Executive Director of the California Building Standards Commission again. I concur with a lot of the comments by Sean and also Eric. I agree there's many definitions just about EV that can get confusing, and I often find myself flipping back to the definitions section to make sure I'm implementing the regulations properly. That said, there is merit to the fact that this historically has some information. It historically has been in the code for a variety of reasons when California developed this almost 10 years ago. My recommendation is that perhaps the overhaul of the definitions be looked at in a future code cycle. And for this code cycle, we sort of make minor modifications to support what we're trying to do this code cycle. And I say that because some of these definitions are actually used in the accessibility regulations in the building code in chapter 11B. And so there's a lot of overlap in looking at other code sections that may need to be modified if we choose to just remove or not use electric vehicle charging stations. So I want to bring that up as kind of a stepping back a few thousand feet and looking at this from a holistic point of view. Certainly not dismissing the idea that maybe we could look at the definitions in a different light in the future. So any thoughts on that? I just want to use caution about removing certain definitions when they're actually used in other parts of Title 24.
Thank you, Mia, for your comments.
There are no other hands raised.
Yeah, the other thing I just wanted to add before we move on is the word receptacle is used in existing defined terms. One is low power level 2 that uses the word branch circuits and or receptacle. So anyway, we're just like Mia said, we're trying to simplify, but also we understand that some of these terms can get a little confusing. So since no more additional comments, I'd like to move on to agenda item 5E. So for agenda item 5O, it looks like we have one hand raised, a couple hands. I think.
That's probably for this item. They just want to get in line.
Oh, okay. Okay. So
if you don't mind me speaking up, I just figured it would be a good time to talk about a break for lunch. It's noon right
as a matter of fact, yes, it's a perfect time for lunch. It is exactly noon. Let's take a 30-minute lunch break and we will reconvene at 12:30 and we'll start with agenda item 5E. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Enrique,
Welcome back, everybody. Can you folks see the screen? Am I sharing? We're good?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
You're sharing G.
Okay, folks, great. Can everybody see agenda item 5E? Okay, great. Well, welcome back to the meeting. Hopefully everybody had an enjoyable lunch. Moving on to agenda item 5E. So this was broken up into two definitions. One is low power level 1 electric vehicle charging receptacle, which is a DSA proposal. And then BSC has a different definition. We're proposing a low power level 2, similar to what HCD has currently codified. So DSA is proposing to add a definition for level 1 electric vehicle EV charging receptacle. DSA's proposed amendment is needed since DSA is proposing EV regulations in agenda item 5E that require this newly defined term. BSC is proposing to adopt a definition for low power level 2 electric vehicle EV charging receptacle, and BSC's amendment will align with HCD's definition, which is codified in the 2021 Triennial Code Adoption Cycle. This definition is needed since BSC is proposing EV regulations in agenda item 5E that require this defined term. Additionally, this definition maintains consistency and clarity for the code users and the regulated community. When installed, level 1 and low power level 2 provide supplemental EV charging for EV car owners that may not have adequate access to charging at home or at multifamily apartments and condos, and for schools and community students and staff. So moving on to DSA's proposal, which is to adopt a definition for level 1 electric vehicle charging receptacle, which is defined as a 120 volt, 20 amp minimum branch circuit and a receptacle for use by an EV driver to charge their electric vehicle or hybrid electric vehicle. Does anybody have any comments pertaining to this definition? Once again, this definition is needed because you'll see in the some of the last agenda items what we're proposing an allowance for the use of either level 1 and or for DSA, and for BSC would be low power level 2. In the proposed regulations, you'll see moving on to the last agenda items. I see a comment from hand raised from Sean. Go ahead.
So would you like to discuss the inclusion of level 1 and low power level 2 later and only discuss the specifics of the definitions now?
Yeah, I think, well, let's see. So we use, these definitions are used in proposed regulations amendments that we're doing in another agenda item. I guess we could circle back to these definitions after we look at those proposals and see if, and then maybe that might be the best way to do that. The only reason they're here is because chronologically, this is chapter 2. So this is where we would have the amendments for added definitions or amended definitions.
So we will limit our comment here to the definition itself,
okay,
and not to how the definition is used in the code. So I think that'll probably make things go the fastest. So Really building off the conversation we just had about definitions, we have this low power level 2, and we do nationally have the term EV ready is gaining traction, which is functionally the same as this. It is a branch circuit with a receptacle that is intended for EV charging. If we go this direction in CALGreen instead of the low power level 2, then there is that simplification. We also seeing EV ready used in several of the local reach codes for EVs. So the terminology does have that traction. So there's a certain sense in utilizing a term that already exists and already has traction, rather than creating just another definition that creates another term to be used in the code that can cause confusion. I think that EV ready spaces are defined as 208, 240 volt branch circuits. And then I think there is also just the reality of including the amperage requirement in here. It does make sense since it's, it's connected specifically to a low power level 2, but this is the only level 2 receptacle that's in the code. So it doesn't, whether it makes sense to go ahead and codify that in a definition rather than just including the 20 amp down in the body of the language, so that you have this charging receptacle available for higher amperage level 2 receptacles, if that is the direction that the code goes, makes sense. If we look, and this is specifically about the definition, so I'm going to talk about the proposal later for the alternate compliance method, that it allows for low power level 2, but once you get above 20 amps and you're starting to look at a 40 amp circuit, it's no longer a low power. So there is kind of that confusion on that flexibility aspect of it. So I think it does make more sense to stick with an already widely used term and just make sure that it's clearly defined and leveraged well within the code. And then specific comments about utilizing level 1 and low power level 2, we'll talk about in the future agenda items when they come up. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so Sean, thank you for that. So just to respond to that, so currently, as codified, electric vehicle EV ready space is a vehicle space which is provided with a branch circuit, any necessary raceways, both underground and or surface mounted, to accommodate EV charging, terminating in a receptacle or a charger. EV ready, in the definition, we don't have power levels in the definition itself. So HCD codified low power level 2 to within which is what they say is EV ready, and then they say it's EV ready low power level 2. Then they also codified level 2 because they added they defined the power within the definition. Then they also codified level 2 electric vehicle service equipment. So all we're trying to do here for BSC's perspective is to co-adopt an already defined term that HCD has in the regulation. So and because we're co-adopting level 2, low power level 2, then we have to then also co-adopt the definition for level 2. So this is just trying to align with HCD, at least from BSC's perspective for low power level 2. Now HCDs, they have a section that says EV ready, and then they describe low power level 2. So then you have to go back to the definition to see what that low power level 2 actually means in terms of amperage. So just wanted to clarify that EV ready does not define any amperages currently as codified in CALGreen.
So this ties back to the previous comment about having this proliferation of defined terms defining similar but subtly different things. So there is an opportunity here to be more concise with the definitions. We have a definition of EV ready that is maybe not being used right now in CALGreen, but is being used in California, being used outside of California. There's an opportunity to simplify and clarify the code rather than just accept what is in the code and say, well, it's in the code, so we have to use it. To really rather take a step back and say, what is the best way to write this code? What is the best set of terms to define? What is the best way to define them? And so that there are no more defined terms than are actually needed to implement the code, because that will make a code that is more implementable and more enforceable.
Okay.
And more understandable for users.
Okay.
And I do want to emphasize that in the national discussion around this, the CALGreen language, the lack of usability was a consistent issue brought up with the CALGreen language. And that's why outside of California, we're not seeing just adoption of CALGreen language, despite the fact that CALGreen is leading the way here, because other jurisdictions are finding the language confusing and difficult to implement and difficult to enforce.
Okay, so a follow-up question. So, and I just want to understand and be very clear. So EV Ready at the national level, does EV Ready at the national level define the amperage?
The definition does not define the amperage. The national codes are more strict about not having requirements in their definitions than California seems to be, but it does define it as a 208, 240 volt circuit.
So EV Ready, so level 1 would not be considered EV Ready.
You know what, I better double check that to see exactly where it landed. But those requirements can be put just in the body of the code rather than in the definition, so that you're not changing around the definition as those technical requirements need to be changed.
Okay. Yeah,
which you're finding right now. You want something you want requirements specifically for low power, and because you want to put it in the definitions, it's forcing you to create another definition or change the definitions rather than just changing code requirements, which is how code usually works. When you want to change technical requirements, you change them in the body of the code, not by changing or adding definitions.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is kind of part of catch-22, right? Everybody uses the word EV Ready, but EV Ready could be level 1, right? Or it could be low power level 2, which is what we are hearing in today's meeting and the prior workshops, that's what folks are wanting, is a low power level 2. But it's confusing because most people perceive EV Ready to be potentially level 1. So, and that's what HC did in the rulemaking, was to, although they called it EV Ready, they were really trying to define EV Ready for their specific amendments to be low power level 2. So those are the conversations that we're having, but definitely I'm looking forward to additional input on these specific definitions. But yeah, I think we need to look at the national level and see what those defined terms are at the national level.
I did just double check. The national definition that is being proposed does not include the voltage. The voltage is defined in the code requirements themselves, allowing EV Ready to be leveraged for both level 1, low power level 2, and higher power level 2. And those requirements are set specifically in the code, especially since it can vary from building type to building type, really what you want that power output to be.
So in your suggestion, you are suggesting that every time we say EV Ready, then we have to, because EV Ready doesn't assign it a power. So when we say EV Ready, BSC could have a different power or requirement for EV Ready than DSA or HC. Is that what you're saying?
Or different power levels for different building types. You heard the comment that for schools, level 1 might be fine, while maybe a different building type, you do need low power level 2, and maybe a different building type, you need full power level 2 on your EV Ready, and it can vary. I think that this does get back to, if we look at what's happening in the IACC proposal, there is an opportunity to learn. It is a very highly structured code structure to it, where it talks about the number of spaces that are required is in one section. And then when it has, each type of space, whether that's EV capable, EV ready, EVSE installed, what the specific technical requirements for those are defined in the body of the code very clearly. so that you can say, you know, an EV ready space has to meet these requirements in this circumstance. That allows the code to be flexible and really without defining extra terms every time you want to, you know, modify things or massage things, and while still having a very highly structured way to approach it. So you can find requirements in one place, technical requirements in one place, and it does work for usability. And that was one of the big goals for the national proposals, is to put something out there that is very usable, very understandable, very enforceable.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we have to look at that, because by not having any defined terms, we'd have to repeat every single time we're trying to say it's a, you know, 20 amp, 208, 240, 20 amp. We'd have to repeat that whole criteria, because we wouldn't have a definition that somebody could go look up at what the definition is. So anyway,
You would only have to define it once. You would say all EV ready spaces shall meet these requirements: minimum 20 amp, minimum 208, 240 volt. You only have to do it once. You're only doing, right now, you're actually doing it in multiple places. If you move it out of the definition, you can just do it once.
Yeah, and we'll have to talk about that, because when you look at our tables and how the current tables that we have, having defined terms definitely helps there when you have like a checklist, or, you know, so we'd have to probably look at that. And yeah, anyway, thank you for the comment. Any additional comments regarding these definitions?
Sven has his hand raised.
Hey, Sven.
May I help you're paying Enrique the big bucks, because this is complicated and hard. So regarding level 1 and low power level 2, if this would help what Sean spoke about, you could also say receptacle or EVSC, appropriate EVSC in there as well. That one might help with the EV ready. The point being that essentially it's a live, it's a complete circuit that all you need to do is either plug in your own EVSC, or there's an EVSC existing there. So that's just a comment for something that you think about. That's my own thinking, not that of the coalitions. The second question / comment is, when you talk about a 20 ampere minimum branch circuit, that 20 amps references the breaker size that serves the circuit, correct? Because we have 3 breaker sizes in here. We have the 20, the 40, and we'll hit it eventually, the 50 amp breaker, because that's associated with 9.6 kW of power. So because the amount of power is the circuit breaker rating amperage times 80%, because you can't supply 100% of the rated circuit. I mean, you guys know this better than I do, so I just want to confirm that. And then finally, and this is a protocol, is there a recording of this workshop and transcript? Could we get that posted on the website and sent to the list of stakeholders / participants? So there's 2 technical things and then a big picture. That's the recording and the transcript.
So we don't do transcription, although you can listen. It's live transcribed right on YouTube, and this is recorded on YouTube, so you can go back and listen to it, but we don't take that and transcribe it into you know, a transcription.
Right. So where is the link going to be for that YouTube file?
Oh, yeah, it's on our BSC website, and you can look at the pre-cycle activities, and it'll give you all the meetings that we've had, and then the YouTube link is there for all the past meetings and workshops.
Okay. All right, great. And going back to the branch circuit, the amperage listed for the branch circuit, that refers to the circuit breaker size, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Again, that then gets, okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any additional comments regarding the proposed definitions?
There are no other hands raised.
Okay, so we're done with 5E, and we can certainly come back to these definitions when we talk about the proposals. And we've also, I think, touched on item 5F. Does anybody have any comments regarding this? We kind of lumped them all together, but this is related because we're proposing low power level 2 as an option. We hadn't really needed the need to define level 2, but we need one because of the other. So this one right here just falls in line with adopting what HCD has adopted in the triennial code adoption cycle. Does anybody have any comments regarding this proposed amendment?
Sean has his hand raised.
Hi, Sean.
Hi, Sean Deniston. So this one, I think the issue of the proliferation of definitions does apply here. So any way that we can weed the number of definitions that are used will help with code usability. Specifically, though, if this is used and the way that it gets adopted, for level 2 EVSE, it is specifying 40 amp. And since it doesn't specify it as a minimum or a maximum, that means only a 40 amp circuit can be used to meet this definition. So that's just a language thing. Level 2, and this actually ties to the definitional issue that level 2 charging ranges from 16 amps to 80 amps. So to have a definition in the code that varies from the broadly understood market meaning of a term does create confusion for users about, well, what is level 2? I always thought this was level 2, but now you're telling me level 2 is something different. So that's just something to keep in mind as you're defining it. But that critical issue is that if you want them to be able to use higher amperage EVSE to meet this requirement, that does need to be changed into a minimum. And I think that this really exemplifies why technical requirements don't belong in definitions, because issues like this come up when the requirements are in the definitions. If you can have a defined term and then say, for a space to qualify for meeting the requirements of this code, an EVSE space to meet the requirements of this code, here are all the technical requirements for that space. And then you can just say EVSE over and over, and you don't have to create a whole new definition for it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for those comments.
Mark?
Yeah, I think I just want to kind of agree here in this case with Sean. I think that there is a problem when one narrowly defines a level 2 charging station, a level 2 EVSE as one that is served by a 40 amp branch circuit. Because I don't know if even most EVSE today are served by 40 amp branch circuits. Many are on 50. There's also many on 30, 20. Sean said you could go down to 16. I think there's no reason you can't go below 16. And in fact, a level 2 charging station or a level two is 240 volts. Level 1 is 120 volts. And, it spans. And that is the definition everyone understands. And so to say that for the purposes of the California code, a level 2 charging station is one served by 40 amps, could well, I don't know what the problems would be in terms of how that plays out, but it seems, just as I was interested before in how things are in the real world, this is not how things are in the real world. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. I'm just curious, during the last triennial code cycle, when HCD proposed these definitions, were you folks engaged in that process? Because it seems like I guess try to find out if you guys were part of that process.
I would assume we were part of the process, but whether we were focused on these definitions as they came down the pike, I don't know. Unlike, we are a largely volunteer group of people, right? Who have come together because we saw a need to see through code to equitable power for people in multifamily housing and at workplaces, and realized that those were places where we could stimulate the adoption of electric vehicles. And sometimes getting into the nitty gritty of definitions and whatnot just passed us by, not because it's not important. And if today it comes to my attention that this is what's put in front of my face, I'm going to respond to it. I can't say how involved we were 18 months ago.
Okay.
So we were involved. And most of these issues were raised during that process. The issue with definitions, the inconsistency with the definitions, the technical issues. And I now forgot that there was one other thing I wanted to mention with this. Because it's defining that the definition for EVSE is slightly different than what's in the electrical code. So this kind of parallel, subtly different definition is kind of amplified here. But because the focus is on the branch circuit, the sizing of the branch circuit instead of the sizing of the EVSE, you could put a 16 amp EVSE on that 40 amp circuit and still meet this requirement, which means you could be serving 2 level 2 EVSE spaces from one 40 amp circuit with 2 16 amp EVSE, which could be really, really cheap EVSE. And since CALGreen doesn't have any requirements around UL listings, they could be, really cheap Amazon EVSE that you can get for $80 a piece that would meet these requirements. So the technical accuracy of this definition is a fairly serious issue. You have to define the requirements for branch circuits are one thing, the requirements for the charging capacity of the EVSE are a different thing, and they're related, but you can always put a smaller EVSE on a bigger circuit, and that would be a way to save money for someone installing EVSE.
And a way to serve more people. So it's got a number of different repercussions, some of which I think are good and some of which may not be. Your technical concerns are different, but
well, but if the requirement is for X number of level 2 EVSE spaces, you're not serving more people. You're serving the same number of people with less power delivered to each space.
Yes, conceivably so.
So I think this definition, if it is used, and would make the argument that maybe finding a way that you don't have to use it at all would be superior. But if it is used, then the technical issues with it need to be cleaned up first.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Yeah, we'll circle back with HCD and then we'll have some discussions. Looks like we have Eric. Go ahead, you have the floor. Eric, we can't hear you.
Sean, thank you. My question is directed to Sean. Perhaps you mentioned it and I didn't catch it. Which national electric code were you referencing? The international electric code?
So the National Electric Code, which is the basis for the California
NEC?
Electric Code. Yeah, so the NEC and then the California Electric Code picks up the NEC's definition of EVSE. And it's slightly different, and maybe that doesn't cause any issues, but maybe it does.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Any comments pertaining to these definitions? No more?
No more hands raised.
No more hands raised? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna move on to agenda item 5G. So let me do this. Can everybody see these? Okay, great. Okay, agenda items. This document contains agenda items 5G, 5H, 5I, and 5J. So this is our code section, electric vehicle charging. It's in section 5.106 under site development. This is just existing code language that we put in there for reference. And then we're going to now we're getting to the actual proposed amendments here. BSC, CG, and DSA are proposing to amend sections 5.106.5.3.2 electric vehicle charging stations, EVCS, and related subsections to allow the use of one DCFC to be substituted for 5 level 2 EVSE. Currently, one DCFC is allowed to be substituted for 5 EV capable spaces without EVSE. The new proposed proposal will allow for DCFCs to be substituted on a 1:5 ratio for both EV capable spaces, which is already allowed, and level 2 EVSEs. This proposal allows more flexibility to install DCFCs in certain occupancies with short dwell times where DCFC chargers may be better suited to provide adequate customer EV charging. The proposed changes to the building standards will with statewide application will lead to substantial environmental benefits through reduction in energy use, greenhouse gas emissions, pollutants, and fossil fuel dependency, leading to improved public health and potentially result in significant cost savings, avoided costs associated with future installation of EV charging stations and at non-residential buildings. This measure will protect public health, safety, the environment, and the general welfare of California residents. The specific amendments are in Code Section 5.106.5.3.2, electric vehicle charging stations. And basically what we're doing here is we're making some changes to the charging language here to allow, once again, that electric vehicle charging stations can be any combination of level 2 EVSE or DCFCs. Additional changes that we did was, here's where we changed the allowance or the alternate compliance path for DCFCs, where we say that the installation of each DCFC EVSE shall be permitted to reduce the minimum number of required EV capable spaces without EVSE and electric vehicle charging stations with level 2 EVSE by 5. So it's a 1:5 ratio that is for EV capable and also level 2 EVSE. And then we kept the requirement to have at least one level 2 EVSE shall be provided. And we just moved that from the main charging language in the paragraph, moved it down to this subsection. Does anybody have any comments? I see a couple raised hands. Yeah, let's go.
First commenter is James.
Hello, everybody. It's Jim Fry from 2050 Partners, representing the California IOU's Codes and Standards Group with Sean. And my comment involves encouraging words related to allowing for greater flexibility in matching charging facilities to charging needs is a good thing. So flexibility is awesome. But it is important to remember the importance of long dwell workforce charging and balance the DC fast charging for visitors as an amenity with low power level 2 charging for the workforce. So please, you're now able to substitute some really valuable level 2 EVSEs in a way that may start to hurt the workforce that are attending to these commercial locations. Thank you.
Thank you, James. And just to answer that, we in agenda item 5H, you'll see where we're also allowing for the substitution of low power level 2 for BSE to then also be allowed to replace on a 2-to-1 ratio for EV capable spaces. So we do have it, it's there, it's just in the next agenda item. Thank you.
Next hand is Sean.
Thank you, Sean Denniston, supporting the California IOUs. I did want to maybe beat this drum again. I think the existing language is a little bit confusing. I think the inclusion of EV charging stations, I think, contributes to how it's confusing. But in this case, I think the edits actually make the language more difficult to understand. So we would just encourage, while the idea is absolutely great, encourage taking this opportunity to maybe rethink the language as a whole and not just edit it, but rewrite it for increased clarity and increased usability and easier enforceability. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Sean, for that. And we definitely welcome any edits from the group that if you see please provide us with some initial express terms on how you view this to be, like you're saying, with more clarity. We certainly appreciate any feedback and input from the group specific to these code amendments. Thank you.
Next hand raised is Dwight.
Good afternoon. Thanks so much again for having this hearing to take all these comments. I would like to echo both Sean and Jim, who made the points that there needs to be a distinction between charging for workforce employees at non-residential buildings and charging for customers and visitors. The coalition has made the case already in the past that the next best location for long dwell time charging and convenience and reliability to increase EV adoption is at the workplace. So there needs to be a primary emphasis placed on charging at the workplace for employees and not for customers and visitors who may or may not need charging actually, and may or may not use it very often. But I would say that there needs to be a very aggressive approach to providing EV charging for employees as the starting point, and not until the EV charging for employees is addressed should HCD develop their proposal for EV charging for customers and visitors. You need to take care of the employees first, because that is much more likely to increase the likelihood of EV adoption by giving those people who may not have long dwell time opportunities at home to have long dwell time opportunities at work. And for this reason, I would also suggest that you do away with the 10% limits on low level 2 and level 1. Those basically arbitrarily give preference to visitors and customers rather than employees, because they would require frequent switching and trade-offs of cars during the course of a day and a work day. So you need to get rid of those limits, and you need to focus on the employees rather than the customers and visitors to start with. Once that's done, you can then think about, oh, okay, this goes back to the gas station model. You know, the employees are not served well by a gas station model. Customers and visitors to a non-res location may be well served by a gas station model, but employees are definitely not served well by a gas station model. I would highly encourage ACD to get away from the gas station model for long dwell time situations, such as workplace charging. Yeah, I think that's my main point. Thank you very much.
And just for clarity, Dwight, when you say HC, you really mean BSC, Building Standards Commission, because this is for non-residential occupancies only. So just for clarity, it's Dwight really is talking about BSC.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the comments. Our intent with these code proposals was to allow total flexibility for the property owner to allow them the flexibility to do either low level to low power, basically leave it wide open to determine what's best for that specific, let's say, office building. And so that's what we're trying to get at with these proposals. But I appreciate your comments. And the tricky part here is, given this intervening code cycle, I know we've been hearing about giving specific percentages maybe for office buildings for employees. I just don't know that we are going to be able to do that. I mean, it might be too big of a lift for the intervening cycle, but it's something that we could consider moving forward in other rulemaking cycles. Thank you.
Can I respond?
Sure.
Okay. So yeah, I don't disagree at all. It's just that it would be better if you're interested in flexibility. Don't set any proscribed limits on that flexibility. Allow them to do however they see fit, but the builder needs guidance to understand the difference between charging for employees and charging for visitors or customers. That type of guidance is really important and somehow needs to be built into your approach as you guide the EV market. Yeah, thank you. I think that's it.
But your main takeaway is you'd like to see that at least for BSC, the 10% max for low power level 2, right?
I would eliminate any.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Right.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct.
Eliminate a maximum, and the same comment for DSA for level 1 charging.
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Next is Sven.
I hope you've written that letter of thanks to Enrique for all his work, Mia.
You're too kind, Sven.
So I wish we had Bob Raymer on the phone. Maybe we do, or Chris Okoa, that would talk to us about how many multifamily dwellings we have in California that are going to require retrofitting. Because the question is, if you can't charge at home, what is the second best place to charge, which is at work?
There's 6,000 or 6 million.
6 million units?
Right.
Okay, so, and what percentage of those have been built since, say, 2015?
Probably at most 2%.
Okay, so as you can see, we have a huge retrofit problem on our hands here. If 6 million times 15,000 is $90 billion worth of utility supplied retrofit cost, $90 billion. I really don't want to do that. I don't think any of us wants to do that. That's roughly $30,000 per California resident. We don't want to do that. So we've got to maximize where's the next lowest hanging fruit, new construction at the workplace. And earlier today, we heard from CARB, your SME, subject matter expert, and they had parsed out in, I think, 6 different categories, 6 different office types that maybe you don't want to pick that, but Peninsula Clean Energy has at least got office and everything else versus knowing the differential between all those types of office buildings. So it'd be very helpful. Maybe it can't be done in the intervening code cycle, but certainly next time to look at the types of offices. But I just want to reiterate this need for flexibility and who are you serving? What's important to understand is the 80-mile range EV is a thing of the past. We don't need third place charging, or I'm not saying destination, but you don't do charging for half an hour or an hour at the shopping mall anymore. If you look at the number of EVs sold since 2018, it's well over 50% of them. This is the BEVs, dedicated electric battery vehicles. Well over 50% of them sold since 2018. 95% of them all had 200+ mile ranges. Now, I'm pretty sure most of us EV drivers on this call have those vehicles, and we're not going to bother to stop to charge for 10 minutes or half an hour while we go run an errand in a shopping mall, or even to connect while we're watching a movie at the theater. Because it's going to be more expensive. And so we're just going to wait till we charge at home. And we don't have range anxiety because we have these 200+, 95% of them sold have 200+ miles of range. And when you look at DC fast charging, that is something that is used to go the long distance. So again, who are we serving here? Who do we need to serve? I do not want to retrofit those 6 million units that Bob spoke of at $90 billion. We want to put as much long dwell time, low power. Again, that low power meets the driver's needs and keeps the costs down on the utility side. So as much as possible, low power, and limit the DCFC, just like you've got to limit on right now at that 10% max, it would be better to have a maximum number of DCFC. Thank you.
Thank you, Sven.
Next is Mark.
Hi, Mark Eller again. I think I want to reiterate in a sense what Sven said and what Dwight said, which is that we really need to focus on, who is the most important constituency we're trying to serve. And in this case, it is employees. Part of the problem here is the lack of granularity or about, it's too big a bucket. If an Amazon warehouse and a dentist's office in Walnut Creek are all in the same bucket, it's really hard to write applicable code. And I think that in our head, we are probably thinking in regard to this 5-for-1 charging that we're talking about in a retail, like a shopping mall or something. And on a certain level, a shopping mall, level 2 isn't really that great. Low level 2 and is good for serving employees, but some people might want a quick, meaningful charge. And in those circumstances, we are seeing today more DC fast chargers. But the problem is there could be an unintended consequence here, which is if let's say, and what I do not know is at an Amazon warehouse, for example, a new warehouse that goes in with 1,000 employees, which I believe would best be served by near ubiquitous low power level 2 charging. What is to stop a developer or the ultimate decider on what kind of charging will go in from deciding that a DC fast charger makes more sense for them, in that maybe they believe it will make more money, maybe it will cost them less money to put it in, but and they'll tell themselves, well, the workers here can, after work they can stop for a half an hour at the DC fast charger, when it's really not the appropriate tool to accomplish the task. Those cars are sitting around for a long time, and they ought to be charging slowly. Good for the grid, good for the employee, cheaper. And so I'm a little fearful that allowing this 5-to-1 replacement in locations as varied as shopping malls and warehouses or factories could be an unintended consequence that does not serve the interest that we all share here, which is getting EV charging, appropriate EV charging at reasonable cost where it needs to be to accelerate the adoption of electric vehicles. Did that make sense?
No, I hear what you're saying. I mean, I really would like to hear from if Electrify America or Tesla or some of those manufacturers were on this workshop. I'd like to hear from their perspective.
Yeah, though, let me just say before they come on, if they do, needless to say, from the perspective of somebody whose product is DC fast charging, being able to put in more DC fast charging is what they're interested in. Absolutely. And in many cases, right? And in many cases, it's the right thing to do. But what we have to decide is whether it's appropriate.
Thank you for your comment.
Next is Sean.
Hello, Sean Dennison again. I do want to emphasize that the code with the swap that is being considered above and in the alternate compliance path already incentivizes DC fast charging. And when you combine that with the fact that DC fast charging presents a revenue opportunity for building owners, there's another natural incentive. Incentivizing lower power charging, whether that's level 1 or low power level 2, for workforce charging is a good, as Jim mentioned earlier in his comments. And so that does indicate that that there shouldn't be a cap, because developers who choose to put in charging for the workforce are actually maximizing EV charging access in that way and maximizing EV charging utility, because they know they have long dwell parking for workers, that this actually makes sense. So with that in mind, I think removing the cap makes the most sense. However, I also wanted to highlight, I know each of these agenda items are being considered separately, but if the alternate compliance method that we'll be discussing later does go in, then something like this actually isn't necessary, and it only kind of clutters up the code. And actually the same thing with the DC fast charging section above. So that would be an opportunity to simplify the code to make it easier to use. If that alternate compliance method that thinks more in terms of budgets does go in, then these sorts of specific prescriptive swap out sections become redundant. And maybe by removing them, the code becomes easier to use. Did want to say a couple of things about including level 1. And one more thing about the language. This language is a bit confusing, particularly this last sentence, a maximum of 10% level 1 spaces be provided. The sentence isn't complete, but also 10% of what? Is that 10% of all the EV spaces, of all the spaces? Is this a maximum? Is this a minimum? So just being clear, 10% of what, if that 10% stays in there, becomes really important. We do want to emphasize that level 1 and low power level 2 spaces will not be able to be grid enabled in the future based on what we have in current technology. Grid enabled, which means both demand response or vehicle to grid. Those are two different things. They shouldn't be considered the same. Really begin with kind of the 30 amp charger, so the 40 amp circuit. So if we have a proliferation of these kinds of spaces, we do have the issue of not being able to use these EVs to help manage the grid by absorbing excess generation during times of higher peak. So that's something to keep in mind. For that reason, we actually advocate that if low power level 2 is utilized in the code, that it would make sense to go ahead and require that the wiring for those spaces be sized for 40 amp. So even if the circuit is 20 amp, if the wiring is 40 amp, that's a very low cost change to start with, because the cost of changing a circuit ampacity, particularly in a commercial setting, is far more about the labor than it is about the materials. So that allows these spaces in the future to be upgraded to load managed full power level 2 that could also be grid assets. And so that is a really simple future proofing, while still allowing this maximum access that you've heard from the advocates, but with just one simple technical change that does future proof them. And then that also does become an argument for low power level 2 rather than level 1, understanding that there are ramifications for not allowing level 1. And one last thing about level 1 is that there was a study done by the Idaho National Laboratory that shows that level 1 charging is 8 to 18% less efficient than level 2 charging. So there are efficiency and power implications of allowing level 1 in the code. So by anytime we allow level 1, we are actually allowing less efficient charging. We will encounter this same issue in the future with inductive charging, which is, I think, something like 60% less efficient than direct connect charging. So the efficiency of charging really is a consideration to keep in mind when deciding whether or not to include level 1 charging as an option. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean, for those comments.
Next is Dwight.
Hey there. Can you hear me okay? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Sorry, was in my car. So the efficiency issue that Sean just raised is a known factor, but I would say that we should not sacrifice the utility of potential level 1 for those who need it today or tomorrow in favor of the possibility of reverse power flow in the future. I think it's more important to get whatever charging works to today's population or tomorrow's population than to be overly concerned about reverse power flow or efficiency in the future. The other thing is, if you place workforce charging as a high priority above customer and visitor charging, which I think should be done, then the swap out of level 2s in favor of DC charging is counterproductive because it means that the long dwell time charging for the workforce, for employees, is degraded, and the opportunity is basically potentially given up. And therefore, I would suggest that DC fast charging not be included as a swap out for workforce charging, which kind of underlies the importance of distinguishing for the developer between employee charging and visitor or customer charging. And to let that slide would be over time potentially a great disservice to the employees that really need it for their long dwell time charging. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you, Dwight.
You're welcome.
Next is Sven.
So I want to support or agree with what Dwight said regarding level 1 and who the customer, the real client is. And so again, I like what DSA did, which was to do a survey, because you guys asked the question is, what does Tesla and EVgo think as level DCFC providers? And so I think a survey to ask of what would you like? And then we also haven't addressed the actual cost of the electricity. We're treating the cost of electricity between level 1, level 2, and DC fast charging is the same. And that's not true. We know that because we can see it in our own electric bills. So to equate that DC fast charging, the only difference between that and level 1 is the amount of time you're plugged in, is patently false, because it's going to cost a heck of a lot more than level 1, the cost of electricity for level 1. And that's likely, I mean, if it's a workplace, depending on the particular workplace, it might just be that level 1 electricity, as we know, we've got several examples, is just simply free. So please think about doing a survey of actual workplaces and then looking at the actual ongoing cost of the electricity to the driver. And again, this is difficult stuff.
Thank you, Sven.
Next is John.
Yes, thank you. I'm John Hart with PowerFlex. We install EV charging stations. We also provide adaptive load management, where we're able to manage charging across a site of many EVSE to keep power levels down what are needed at the site, to reduce the need for infrastructure, also to manage bills. With that background, I wanted to agree with the point that Dwight made about not using DCFC at workplace charging as a alternative to level 2 charging. We install chargers almost entirely at workplace charging. And one of the reasons is the long dwell times. And with that, you're able to provide really dynamic charging across those chargers. And at the end of the day, each driver is able to get the amount of energy that their car needs within a time frame. And we've also then been able to serve the customer by keeping power levels down or reducing energy usage during peak periods or whatever it might be. With DCFC, you're not able to do pretty much any of that. And then there comes the additional costs of, you typically need additional infrastructure. The customer would likely need to install a new transformer. There could be utility side infrastructure that's upgraded. So costs go way up. The ability to dynamically manage load is eliminated essentially. So I would really strongly advocate for keeping the requirement for level 2 rather than allowing DCFC as well. And sorry, to make my point clear, I'm not saying DCFC should not be allowed at workplace charging, but I don't think it should be an alternative to level 2 charging.
Okay, thank you, John, for that.
Timothy?
Yeah, hi, Timothy O'Malley, California Building Standards. I'm hoping that we're not getting off topic here. I'd rather that if we can talk solely about this section. It seems that much of this level 1 conversation can go on the next item. Just my thought.
Yeah, thank you, Timothy, for that. But yeah, we're kind of lumping in, although they're separate agenda items, they are related. And so I think those conversations that we're having are pertinent to having that discussion for not only the DCFCs, but also the level 1 and low power level 2. But yeah, thank you for that.
Next commenter is Guy.
Thank you. Very important conversation. I'd like to add a little bit to some of the comments before Sven and others that have suggested the importance of a survey along the population that might be using in the workplace. If I were to hazard a guess, and that's without the data to back it up, I would think that most of the people that if the DC fast chargers were the solution in the parking lot, that the employees would then generally go after their shift, after their work, to charge up their car during that, and probably not as likely to try to take off time in the middle of the day, maybe eliminate their lunchtime to try to do a fast charge in the middle of the day. But if they do wait till they get time to go home, then you're gonna have a queue, not only have a queue there for the fast charger at the end of the work shift, but also you're shifting the draw on the total energy consumed toward times of the day that are generally would want to kind of keep the load down. If you're doing it at 5 or 6 o'clock instead of throughout the workday, you may incur additional load on the grid and additional cost to the users. So that survey would be important, and to try to understand what the profile would look for those that would be using the solutions provided. So again, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Guy.
Sean?
Thank you, Sean Dennison. I just wanted to add a little bit, I guess, more detail. What we said about the upgradable nature of the wires for a low power level 2 could be applied to level 1 as well. The electrical code allows 3-wire circuits to serve level 2 EVSE up to 50 amps. So that's well within our kind of normal level 2 range that's being used in CALGreen. So you could specify that the wiring, even for a level 1 receptacle, be sized for a 40 amp level 2 circuit. And that only impacts the wiring sizing because you can use the same 3 wires either for 125 volt outlet receptacle or a 250, 208, 204 volt receptacle that would be used for level 2. So that kind of upgradable notion, by putting in the right wiring from the start, could be implemented on either level 1 or level 2 with the same benefit, without having any kind of mutually exclusive characteristics with what you've heard from advocates about including level 1 in the code. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Sean. So basically, you're recommending that we add a wiring size requirement for level 1 and low power level 2 that is allowed in the California Electrical Code.
Basically, any place that CALGreen allows a receptacle, that the wiring feeding that receptacle be capable of serving a 208, 240 volt, 40 amp circuit, regardless of what the ultimate capacity being installed on that circuit is, but making sure that wiring is capable, making sure the pipe is able, so that we have that future ability to expand the functionality of the charging at that space without sacrificing current utility.
Got it. Thank you so much.
I'm gonna call on Mia.
Yeah, hey, this is just a time check. It's 1:35, and I think that the next item is gonna generate a lot of conversation. So
Yeah.
I don't know if we want to hop over a couple of the minor things that are in this agenda item, like signage, and move on to?
Yeah, thank you, Mia, for doing that. Yeah, let's move on. We had a agenda item 5H and I. So this is what we've been talking about, the allowance for level 1 charging, and then for DSA, and then BSC's the low power level 2, the allowance for the installation of basically a 2-to-1 ratio for EV capable spaces. The thought here was low power level 2, we defined it as 20 amps, and then EV capable is basically 40 amps. So that's why it's a 2-to-1 ratio. For DSA, it's a 4-to-1 ratio because of the level 1 is, I think, like 16 amps. So anyway, those are the proposed amendments there. We've heard lots of testimony regarding this, so we'll go back and look at our notes regarding this. Then we have an amendment to basically further clarify the accessible, which is electric vehicle charging stations. So we just added their additional language, and then we took the note and made it its own section for electric vehicle charging station signage. It really didn't change the actual requirement because it's right up above it. We just moved it into its own code section. And then moving on to here, we just did we just added a third footnote here to basically highlight that you have to have at least one level 2 VSC shall be provided at all times. And then moving on to agenda 5J. So basically the idea behind agenda item 5J is what we did is we took basically this table, and then in this table we give what the requirement is for EV capable spaces, which we know are at 40 amps. And then what we did is, like, we thought, well, what if we were to take that table and then convert it into just a kW power allocation, and removing, like Sean has said, all the different swaps and substitutions, things like that. And if we were to do it strictly on a basically power, right? And so at the end of the day, the minimum kW, which is basically, this is trying to match the current table that we have there. So what this is basically the spaces that were converted to kWs using 9.6, right, as what's required for 40 amps. Then we added here a minimum of one level 2, which is what matches the table above on 3.1. And then what we did here is we basically left it wide open so you could achieve compliance from the different rows strictly based on kW. So it would be any combination of EV capable, level 1, low power level 2, or DCFCs. So that's the intent with this table, to give complete and total flexibility. Some of the triggers that we had here, we said alternate compliance shall include the following, and it can be use any kW combination of, like I said before, it's EV capable. For DSA, it would be level 1, and BSC would be low power level 2, or DCFC. So, and then we also said that we have to have at least one level 2 VSC, which is already in the table there. And then DSA added a maximum of 10% level 1 for DSA. In this case, BSC, we did not add that restriction using the KW requirement. Does anybody have any comments pertaining to this? I'm sure we're going to get some hands that are raised, but I welcome any comments. Thank you.
First hand raised is Mark.
Hi, yeah, let me first say in regards to this that what I fear is that what the alternative compliance pathway here via energy would do is it would mean that what would best serve the intended user would not be the most important consideration as to what was installed. And that, from my point of view, is obviously problematic. And I'm going to take this opportunity to say what I was going to say before, and it's quite relevant, which is a little story, which was number of years ago, I ran into a guy at a DC fast charging station, and I was like, how did you get your car? What, he had a Nissan Leaf. This was quite a while ago. And he said, well, I'm a San Francisco police officer. And for a year, I've been plugged into an outlet that the chief of the station said I could plug into out behind the station house in the restricted parking area for police officers. And then a new station chief came by and he said, this isn't fair. You get to plug in your car and we don't give away free gas. So you can't use this anymore. And so then he was using the DC fast charging station for a while. It was costing too much money. It was meaning he was arriving home an hour later. So for lack of use of a level 1 charge of an outlet that in this case pre-existed, he now got rid of his electric car. And so these stories are obviously anecdotal, but I deal in the real world, practical, what's going on out there. And this shows to me the benefit of level 1 charging and the possible consequences of relying on DC fast charging to serve ostensibly the same need. Thank you.
Thank you, James.
Mark.
That was Mark.
Mark, sorry, Mark.
Next is Sean.
Sean Dennison, supporting the California IOUs. Generally supportive of increased flexibility. As we have worked with individual jurisdictions, they have found CALGreen to be somewhat limiting, as they have wanted to go beyond CALGreen but implement different approaches, particularly low power approaches. So something like this would really enable local jurisdictions, in particular in their local reach codes, to go further. I do want to mention that this, as much we talked about how DC fast charging was being incentivized through the swap above, this actually intensifies that incentivization. So the trade rate above is 5-to-1 for full power level 2 to DC fast charging. So if we assume a 50 kilowatt DC fast charger, then the trade-off rate in this is 7.6-to-1. But we're not really installing all that many 50 kilowatt fast chargers. We're now installing 100 and 150 kilowatt fast chargers with even higher capacity fast chargers coming on the market, which means that the conversion rate for what we're currently installing is more like 15-to-1 and 23-to-1. So thinking about that conversion rate for DC fast charging, I think that DC fast charging in a budget approach like this needs some special consideration, because developers are already incentivized to do DC fast charging because of the potential revenue stream. Going beyond that, this section has some very serious technical issues. So one of the big things is that it uses kilowatt and kVA interchangeably. Kilowatt is a measurement of actual power going through. kVA is a measurement of capacity. So if we look at column 3, where it says minimum kilowatt for level 2 EVSE, that 9.6 kilowatt on a 208 volt service, like you have in a lot of commercial buildings, that's a 60 amp circuit, not the 40 amp that has been, used throughout for EV capable. For the minimum kilowatt per EV capable spaces, EV capable would be rated in capacity because there is no actual load on that. So you're only talking about the electrical capacity, kVA, but that even if you translate that into 9.6, if you don't size it for 208 instead of 240, and I was just about to do this math, but 96,000. The previous person was too succinct. So in that case, that's a 50 amp circuit. That's not a 40 amp circuit. So there is the need to be very careful about making sure that the terminology is consistent with the way that electrical engineering is done. Right now, it's very different, and this creates a very different set of requirements than what's in the above code. They just need to be synced together. But all that being said, more flexibility is always good for the code, especially if this allows us to remove some of the very specific trade-offs that are above and make CalGreen simpler in general while increasing flexibility at the same time. That's a win-win for the code. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
Dwight,
Yes, thank you. I had the same issue with this 9.6 kilowatt multiplier or swap out as with DC fast charging. Basically, this would undermine maximization of charging for the workforce employees and places the emphasis on visitors and customers where it should not be placed. This would basically allow the vendors of EVSE to maximize their revenue, as would the DC fast charging, rather than putting the focus on how do we best serve workforce EV drivers and thereby increase EV adoption. This will go against that, and this will not enhance EV adoption, as just in the same case as with DC fast charging. Having a swap out for DC fast charging is not likely to enhance EV adoption in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwight. Yeah, some of the idea behind, I mean, from what we heard, is installing DCFCs are extremely expensive, and in the typical office buildings, owners are probably going to shy away from DCFCs because of the expense. But yeah, I do understand what you're saying, Dwight, and we'll take that under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sven,
Afternoon, everybody. I would like to second what Sean and Dwight said, particularly the KVA versus KW terminology. That threw me for. I'm so glad that will be hopefully corrected, because that is very much confused me with this table. And second of all, reiterate who is the customer here. Given we haven't parsed the building types in non-residential, who is the primary customer? And again, like Bob said earlier, 6 million multifamily dwelling units do not have access to charging. The second best place is at work. It has a long dwell time, low power, works. And regarding the installation of DC fast charging versus a whole flock of low power level 2, I am somewhat concerned that it actually may be quite a bit cheaper for a developer to pop a 250 kW DC fast charger right beside their transformer and call it done, versus putting in a lot of low power level 1, even with receptacles, even with at the time of new construction.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Sven. We're approaching, we're literally 11 minutes away. I'd like to give, I know Mia has a comment. I'd like to give Alma an opportunity to speak. And then I think we're gonna have to wrap it up, and we certainly, you can email us any additional comments you have. Certainly want to hear everybody's perspective on this. Alma, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Enrique. I hope everyone can hear me. Alma Barreras. I'm with the Weideman Group. We're representing Electrify America today. I just want to say we appreciate BSC staff for your engagement and for considering our suggestions in the proposed code. And I also want to say that we support agenda item 5G, which would allow the installation of DC fast chargers to comply with CalGreen requirements at a 5-to-1 ratio across EVSE installed and EV capable requirements. We also endorse item 5J, the proposal for an additional alternative compliance pathway based on power level, which will provide developers with the greatest flexibility to choose charging solutions most appropriate for their site and use case. A power level equivalency standard would allow DC fast charging to meet EV capable requirements on a power level basis, accounting for the speed of the chargers used. DC fast charging is by no means cheaper, but these additional flexibilities will allow developers optionality and will deliver more charging sooner, as EV capable spots would be met with actual chargers. We believe the proposed revisions incentivize faster charging and provide optionality to building developers. We do also have some technical feedback on the code, but want to take this time to acknowledge BSC staff for your consideration of our previous comments, which is reflected in the current proposals. We do have one question, which is, how will these two provisions interact? Can a developer use 5:1 for EVSC and the alternative equivalency around power levels for EV capable? We think it would be important to clarify that in code, that it includes both 5:1 and power level equivalency for capable spots. Thank you again for your work on this. We look forward to continuing working with BSC staff and respective stakeholders. I also want to add that Dan Cha is here with Electrify America as well. If you all have any questions, we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Alma, for your input. Yeah, currently, as I'll answer your question real quick. Currently, as this alternative compliance option is, it's either using the table 3.1 or using this section 3.6 and associated table, same 3.6. So they're not interchangeable. You decide which one you want to use. This is just an alternative to 3.1. Who else we have? Mia?
I lowered my hand. I was just going to ask that maybe we only have the folks that haven't, like Dan has raised his hand, those folks address their questions and we don't circle back and have people repeat.
Yeah, thank you, Mia, for that. Yes, let's give new folks the opportunity to comment, and yeah, we definitely want to hear everybody's perspective. Thank you.
Dan?
Thank you, Dan Cha, also representing Electrify America. I won't reiterate Alma's comments, but I'll only add that, or emphasize that the optionality and the alternative compliance, I think, is probably the thing that we're trying to emphasize the most here. And we appreciate the staff and the commission providing developers that maximum optionality in this very, very early stage of EVSC rollout and development. Why not give more options to building developers? We've heard from the representative of utilities in interacting with local governments who do in fact want more optionality and not less. So it does make sense at this very, very early stage to be able to benefit from the learnings from the rollout of or the availability and the opportunity to give developers the maximum opportunity to provide the power levels that they deem most appropriate for their customer base or employee base.
Thank you for that, Dan. Appreciate the comment. Any additional comments?
There are no other hands raised at this time.
Great. We're 6 minutes out. I'd like to move on to basically agenda item 6, which is related items not on the agenda. Does anybody have any comments they'd like to say? Let's keep it really brief. We have 6 minutes, and then we need to move on to action items. But I think we have a pretty good list of some of those action items. Proceed.
Sven has his hand raised.
Okay, Sven. Please keep it brief.
Thank you. So it's just a simple question, and I don't know if it's possible, but we're seeing now 25% failure rates in the current DC fast charging market that is a non-Tesla network, because there was no requirements for maintenance just simply no requirements for maintenance as part of grants that were given out or part of settlement requirements or limited requirements. Is there any way we could add that to these requirements, that they would actually have to be maintained and functional? That pertains to level 1, level 2 DC fast charging.
I can answer that question. Sorry, Sven. Yeah, unfortunately, the regulations in Title 24 are limited to the built environment. They're not limited to the maintenance and ongoing certification of EV charging companies. And so that has to be done through the CPUC. And I do believe that CARB is actually working on that as well. So that's way outside the scope of what any of the state agencies here today can address, unfortunately.
Yeah, it really is terrible to try to charge your car and it not work. You know, it's on PlugShare. And anyway.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. And Mia, thank you for providing insight on that. I'm going to move on to some action items. Obviously, we have a whole list, a lot of input, great, valuable feedback from the group. I would like to talk about our next meeting, which is scheduled for September. I believe it's September 22nd is our final workshop. I do encourage folks to sign up to the DSA box. And does anybody have any final comments they'd like to say? Yeah, I think it's been a great meeting and I appreciate everybody being part of this work group. Any final parting thoughts from HCD if you're still here, DSA if you want to say any final parting thoughts, or California Air Resources Board? I just want to give the state agencies an opportunity to have some final closing comments.
Just real quick, want to thank the Building Standards Commission today for putting this on, and thanks for all the stakeholders for providing feedback. A reminder, if you can participate in our meeting on the 22nd, that would be fantastic. Reach out to title24@hcd.ca.gov if you have any questions. Take care, everyone.
Thank you, Mitchell. Appreciate that. Any other state agency that have any closing thoughts or parting comments? Okay, hearing none. Yeah, Mia, yes. Sorry, did you have your hand raised, Mia?
No, I was just going to plug, I think Eric Drever had to hop off from DSA, and I wanted to make sure we plug their next workshop for schools, specific to schools. So just a reminder that they're conducting a workshop. Is it the 24th? Is that what I heard? I think it's at 1 p.m.
Yeah, 24th. And I like I said before, I recommend everybody to get on the HCD and the DSA listserv so you can get notifications specific to their focus groups. And certainly from our BSE website, we're going to try to provide some information and links to those other focus groups. And with that, I'd like to thank everybody that participated today. I want to thank Mia for giving her valuable input, and other BSC staff, and specifically Ms. Laura Mills for guiding us through the process and giving us the technical expertise and navigating through this Zoom call. Anyway, thank you very much for everyone, and I call this workshop, adjourn this workshop. Thank you so much.